Hello, welcome to my video. I will be building a computer today, and the case on the right is a new case that I bought, and I bought a motherboard with it, and I also wanted to compare it to my first computer not my first computer, but the first computer that I built, and that's on the left. It is an AMD AM2 motherboard, AM2 Plus motherboard. So it has an AM3 processor in it, but it also has gone through a few upgrades. So I still have the original processor, and I also have a couple video cards that I had upgraded. There's millions of computer building videos on YouTube, so I know I'm just adding to that, but I just thought it would be interesting to cover some of the hardware. Obviously I've been using computers since the early 90s, but the older computers, I also had upgraded, like the video cards, so that they had other cards before that, but I wouldn't consider them built computers that I've worked on, since I didn't, not just because I didn't buy them, but because I only upgraded a couple parts like RAM or the cards, but those used like ISA cards and just regular PCI Express. And actually, before I built this computer in 2010, I did also own a Dell XPS 400, which I bought in late 2005 or early 2006, and that was technically like my first case that I could upgrade in a similar fashion. So that actually used a BTX board, which was basically like a mirror image of the ATX, from what I've read. So it technically could have been like an ATX case if you really wanted to reverse like the mounting of it and all. But it kind of outlived my my interest in it. It was kind of a bulky case, and so I eventually got rid of that. But I do still have one of the cards that I upgraded it from, and the original card that came with that Dell XPS was it was a discrete card, but it didn't have like very fast graphics, so it was I remember it was an ATI X350 or something. It was like one of the first X cards, and it was it was very slow, but the processor at the time, which was a Pentium D 2.8 gigahertz, it was one of the first dual core before the Core 2 Duos. So it felt very fast for the time. I had a Pentium, and then I got a Pentium 2, and then I didn't have a Pentium 3 or 4, but I had used them in computer labs. So at the time, the Pentium D was like one of the giant leaps in performance. So one of the cards I used, I think that I had upgraded, even on that one, was a 7600 GS by ATI, which was called ATI at the time, and that would be this one here. So it has DVI output. It's got about 256 megabytes of RAM, and that XPS was the first. It used first generation PCI Express, so that was a 1.0 which was pretty impressive because it had a really good upgrade path. Like you could upgrade it to several generations. So that case did last me maybe at least 5. Well, it seemed like longer than 5 years, but it definitely lasted till like maybe 2012 or maybe 6 or 7 years. Not to say that it couldn't last longer, but it wasn't a standard ATX case, so I eventually just got rid of it and built this one. But I still use this today. I mean, I could install a new case, a new motherboard into it, but because there's a lot of, still good parts and a functioning system, I'm just preferring to keep this case with the original motherboard that I first built with it. The RAM actually had some faster RAM at the time. It was 800 megahertz DDR2 by Corsair. It even had a heatsink, and those were 4 sticks of 2 gigabytes each. But eventually they stopped working. I did buy them on a budget, used, so maybe they were overclocked or something, and but I got a bit of use out of them for a few years, but then I realized, well, the system's still good, so I bought some replacement RAM that was like a Newegg. It's not very like fast RAM, but it still allows you to repurpose the case, the system. So that's using 667 megahertz, and it still runs fast. I mean, it's not fast by any means by today, but it still is pretty fast for that system. In fact, my first Dell XPS 400 also used 667 DDR2. So it didn't feel like a downgrade. Next is the hard drive. I'll get to the computer bit in a second, but the hard drive is definitely newer than the originals. If you zoom into here, you can see it's using a SATA 3 cable, although it is a SATA 2, which is 3 gigabytes per second drive. Seagate makes a lot of really good budget hard drives. That's a 5900 RPM, so it has 1 terabyte, which is still like a lot of space. I think I bought it like 7 or 8 years ago, but it has a 32 megabyte cache, and that can be considered 32 megabyte like solid state type of flash, where it'll speed up just really small drive access. So even with that, it can be it can make an older system run fast. Now, it is by no means a solid state drive, nor is it an NVMe, but for the type of applications on an older system, it actually can be quite useful. Now, it is using a 330 watt power supply by Seasonic, and Seasonic is a very good brand for power supplies. So I still use them in all of my builds except for one of the one I'm building right now. It's EVGA. I just happened to buy it from EVGA directly. It was like a refurbished one. It was like $60, and it's an 850 watt power supply, which is quite a bit of power. I don't think I'll need all of that, but it can be very helpful for upgrading. for a power consuming CPU or GPU or both. I was actually able to use it in a system with 2 graphics cards. I had 2 AMD Vega 56 GPUs running around 200 watts each. They were slightly underclocked, just to ensure they wouldn't, run at like 300 watts each. Plus the processor was, cutting it close to the 800 watt limit. But I can talk more about that later. But and plus dual GPU cards aren't really used anymore for gaming. Like NVIDIA said that their 3090 was the last one they were doing. And AMD still supports multi-GPU, which used to be called Crosshair, but not many games typically use them anymore, so it's not really useful to buy systems if you're hoping to use dual GPU, because it's not really certain if they're going to have like a frequent return or ever. But one of these benefits of having an 850 watt PSU, I ended up selling one of my Vega 56s because I realized there's only a few games that I'm actually going to be playing them, and even if it is, I mean, I got twice the frame rate. But now that you can get newer cards that have faster frame rates with a single card. So yeah, I mean, this is a 170 watt CPU. So I bought a 7900 X by AMD, which is a 12 core 26 thread processor. And just comparing it to the one on the left, I have a AMD 6 core Thuban X6 1065T. That's a 95 watt. It's got like 3 something gigahertz in it, maybe 2.9 gigahertz, 3.3 gigahertz boost. But it's surprisingly capable for its time, I would say. The reason I bought it is because it was one of the only 2 6-core processors that used less than the 125 watt variety that was sold at the time. So this one was only available to manufacturers. It was an OEM model. The other one was a 1035T, which was also 6-core, but it was running a little bit slower. And I wanted it to be fast, but not like super fast, like the 1095, or the 1095 was one. And the other one was a 1075T, I think, and they both used 125 watts. So the other reason I'm using this video is because the heatsink on there was technically a stock one that came with it. Of course, this was for a manufacturer, so you might be wondering, well, how did I get that? Well, I bought that on eBay from Spain. It was shipped overseas, so they must have just taken it out of a computer, and they must have had it from maybe a business that ordered them or built them. And there were only so many available, so I really like that I got it, because I didn't really want to put in a huge heatsink, and I also didn't want the power supply to not be able to handle it with a slightly faster graphics card, which is not the one that I really not the one you're seeing is not the one that I used it for most of the time. There was another one that I used that I put in a faster computer later on. But as you can see, that Seasonic is a very good brand. So at the time I was just looking for a really budget build, and I just got like the cheapest one they had, which was a 330 watt, and I was just like, ooh, I wonder what, what's the, the most powerful graphics card I can fit on 330 watts. So I was like, I'm gonna put in a 95 watt 6-core, and I'm gonna put in, a 7950 Radeon HD, which runs at 1000 megahertz stock, which I was able to do, but fortunately, Seasonic has over voltage, over power protection, so it'll actually turn the computer off if you're using too much power. But anyways, I figured out that if I clocked it to around 600 megahertz, it will never actually go over that, unless you're doing an like extreme stressing of the GPU and GPU. But typically, you could even game in like something like Metro 2033 or games that really used all of the CPU and GPU. So I was actually able to keep the entire game running under like 280 something watts, which was the limit for the entire system. So again, that's a 95 watt CPU, 6-core, and a graphics card that was rated for around 220 watts or so, but I was able to get it running at like 150 watts by underclocking it, just to ensure that it wasn't running. So that's what, 150 plus 95, that's 250. So it really only left like 20 watts for the motherboard and all the things. So I even unplugged my Blu-ray drive at the time, just to ensure that it wouldn't be, I think it was a Blu-ray, or like a DVD drive. So I was really gaming on a very power efficient system. That said, I wouldn't go through all that effort. It was just making it difficult to game just by buying something at a 330 watts. So that was a very, it was a good challenge, but it's, you can waste a lot of time just trying to do that. So the next system, I bought was, I think it was a 520 watt, or I bought a 620 watt Seasonic. I eventually, built two systems that used those separately. I have a 95 watt 6-core, no, I have a 95 watt FX series 8320E, which you can see in my other videos, and that uses a 4-core 8-thread. So it technically has more threads than this one, and it's a newer chipset, or newer chip, but it technically has 4 cores, which is less than the physical cores in this one. So in some applications you could actually get a better performance on this one. That being said, there were some other nice things with buying a new motherboard. With that one, I'm using a Gigabyte 990FX, which I bought from Microcenter for a pretty, decent price. So I think it was like an open box one, and they had it on sale for pretty cheap. So so that's where I also bought the one on the right. I got this case. It's a Montech X3, and then the processor was part of a bundle, which included some RAM and the motherboard, which will be pictured shortly. But it's still in the box. And what else was I gonna cover in this video? But yeah, I mean, the case has lasted more than 12 years because there's not really much to it. It's just a case, but you know, you can replace it, remove the motherboard, and all that. What else? I think I had. I mean, I have used SATA drives on this one before. I think the first solid state I bought was around 2010, and it was only like a 30 gigabyte drive, and I think I ended up spending like $100 on it just because I wanted to, you know, see how solid state works. Obviously, you can get that. You can get a much larger drive now for $20. You can probably get a 256 gigabyte for that price. For $20. And other than that, oh, and the video card you're looking at is a palette, which they don't really make. I don't know if they make cards right now, but that is a 9600 GT, and it's a very good performing card. It's very power efficient. It only uses one PCIe Express pin, a 6-pin, so it uses 75 watts from the PCI Express plus another 75 watts for the 6-pin. And I'm typically going to just probably keep the system the way it is, since the graphics card is not the the most capable for the system, but it's not something I'm probably going to be running anything for performance. But it does run really well for just even YouTube, or if you wanted to play a game on it, but not that has to be for everything. So the next thing I wanted to cover was my new motherboard. Actually, before I get into that, I wanted to show you the box for the current computer that I've been using before I upgrade. And I also got this, well, I got this one on Newegg, and this is an ASUS A320 DM, and I got it for like $40, which is very low for a motherboard today. And this is a DDR4 AM4 motherboard, so it supports the Ryzen, and I have Ryzen 5 1600 on there. I think it only supports 65 watt processors, but I was able to build a very cheap system looking for only a 65 watt processor. So what I wanted from so at the time my fastest computer was an FX 8320E, which is a 4-core, 8-thread computer. So to get an upgrade, at the time and still today, like the fastest improvement you can find in an upgrade is still going to be the core count for the most part. So with this one, I was looking into not just a Ryzen, but perhaps a 6-core 12-thread. So, the one on the left is 6-core Thuban 1065T, and Ryzen was selling, 65 watt 6-core 12 threads at Microcenter. Well, I actually bought this motherboard in 2017 because it was $40, but I didn't really plan on upgrading it. I was just kind of looking for deals and then just buying parts as I find them on sale, which is what I still do. So I went from a 6-core 6-thread to a 4-core 8-thread to a 6-core 12-thread processor, and this is the Ryzen 5 1600, not the Ryzen 5 1600X, which I don't believe is a 65 watt. I think that might be a 95 watt or 105 watt CPU. Definitely there are other ones that use more. One of the other things about that is it came with a stock heatsink, which was very impressive because Microcenter's sale was selling a $79 Ryzen 5 1600, which was really an amazing deal because I was getting a much faster computer for less than what I paid for my FX. I think I paid like $100 for the 8320E and probably over $100 for that Phenom. And so the heat sinks are really interesting because I just ordered my heatsink for the new 7900X, but it's going to be a bit of an experiment because just looking at the size of this 95 watt stock heatsink, which AMD doesn't provide anymore on anything over 65 watts. For example, their stock heatsink for the 7900 non-X is 65 watts. So they are able to provide a stock heatsink on that because it's not very costly. It doesn't take up much space for packaging, and it gets the job done, which is amazing. So I have one of those stock heatsinks in my Ryzen 5 1600, and it's very quiet. It's actually a lot quieter than this one over here. So as you can see here, that is a stock heatsink that AMD provided, which is very similar to the ones that were probably sold on other 95 watt CPUs. Those at the time would not have been the 6-core ones, but the 4-core Phenom. So the X4 Phenom 2 X4. This is a 6-core, but considering how small that heatsink looks, it's going to be interesting to see if this 12-core 24-thread 170 watt TDP will be able to handle the heatsink that I bought. Now, one caveat, of course, is I'm not actually planning on running it at the 170 TDP, even though and that's just the rated, like the typical use. I do know it actually runs up to 220 or 230 actually, so that's another reason I'm not actually going to be running it at that speed. The motherboard has a BIOS option that allows you to clock it to 105 watts, and that is a separate option offered by most of the motherboard makers that that AMD has. So AMD has another one that they released maybe in like January of this year, and that's a 65 watt eco mode. And some of the benchmarks on that one are a bit of a performance loss. So, going from 105 to 65 watt is also, you know, a lower power, but the main concern is just running it so, you know, a budget heatsink or computer isn't gonna, you know, be hamstrung by you know, the needs of the system. But at the same time, obviously, if you're spending all this money on a card, you might be wondering, why would you try to limit it by running it only at 105 watts if it can handle 170? And the reason is because the performance increases from 105 watts to 170 are diminishing compared to the increases from 65 watts to 105 watts. So if you're getting like 90% of the performance, or maybe 85% of the performance at 105 watts, that's something I would be willing to consider as more favorable to running it on a very heavy heatsink or a liquid cooling option. I mean, I've seen liquid cooling for many years, but I've never really gotten into it. Not that I'm afraid that it would just start leaking or anything, but, well, I mean, that is one of the things that I'm just a little, you know, uneasy about. But the main issue is that if you can find, you know, a processor that already has very good stock clocks that are already optimized by AMD or Intel, then, you know, half of the work is already done. So the only other half to building a system is finding a cooler, a heatsink, one with a fan most likely, which obviously isn't always needed, but I have built other systems without a heatsink. But typically you want to get a fan unless you know what you're doing. So again, the one on the left is a very tiny, I wouldn't call it tiny, but it is a heavy heatsink. It's not like a super light one. It's actually probably not even the smallest that I have. I do have one for a 65 watt CPU, and it is smaller. I think it may have been, I think I bought a Cooler Master one that was not included with my original CPU, and that's actually what I'll cover next, because I know I kind of jumped topics a little bit, but may as well get that out of the way. So, as you can see here, I have an original CPU case for one of my processors. I don't remember which one, but I do know that this processor is, despite the thermal paste, it is an X2 Sempron 2300. So this is a dual core Sempron AMD, probably AM2, maybe AM3. I don't think it's in AM3. I don't know. You can look it up. I can look it up. But it still has a thermal paste on it, and the only reason I didn't build another computer, it wasn't worth, building. It's just kind of a habit where if you buy a new part and then you realize you can build a whole new system with it, and you're just missing a few parts, you might end up building computers constantly. So you don't really want to get in that habit. If you have a part, just keep it as a spare. Don't necessarily go out and buy another case just because you upgraded a CPU and then you start wondering, well, what am I going to do with this other one? Well, just hold on to it unless you really really want to try out a new system for various reasons. So anyways, that was using a different heatsink, and I do recall it was a little quieter because it was only running at 65 watts. But one of the things about using a 95 watt CPU which wasn't true when I used it earlier, but I think maybe not because it has gotten older, but perhaps because some of the thermal paste might have gotten a little old, or the fan doesn't run as quiet as before. And I did dust it out with one of those air dusters, but it still runs pretty loud, which was always sort of the case. But if you're running something at high CPU usage, it's gonna be pretty loud. It's probably the only computer I have built that runs almost, you know, not unpleasantly loud, but if it's not really if it's a really uninsulated case in terms of noise, then it's gonna sound pretty whiny. But it still works, and if you're not doing a lot of high computing, it is not going to be very loud. But it is also programmed to run at maximum speed, but I do that more because out of the fan, that is, and I just do that out of concern that it'll stay cool for the most of the use. I think there is a smart fan option on it, and you might be able to program it. I just haven't bothered because I don't really use it that often, but there may be an option to set a smart fan which can decrease it. But the thing is that, you know, in the summer, if you don't have air conditioning and it's you open up, you know, internet browser and it starts playing video, it's going to start spinning right away, and then it is going to cool down if you stop using your browser, of course, but it's going to take a while, so it's going to be delayed. So it's practically going to be running all the time, and it's going to, you know, be making quite a bit of noise. So that is something you may want to consider if you are buying a new computer and you don't know if your fan is going to be running all the time. This is an older computer, so one thing I noticed using the watt meter is the idle is significantly higher than some of the newer ones. So one of the nice things about the newer computers is that they have better thermal management and the idling. So that's also going to help your smart fan. So your smart fan is obviously going to, you know, kick in at certain temps, but even before that even happens, you know, your computer is going to be more intelligently regulated by, you know, a newer design that's probably going to have better voltage regulation. So that kind of is one of the things you don't really have to worry about as much, but it, you know, it can still be a factor. And that, you know, there's plenty of videos that cover that, but that's just from experience. I think it was idling just a system on something like this one here, a 95 watt CPU. I think it was idling without running any, you know, graphics. It was running maybe 70 or 100 watts on idle, which doesn't really make sense. Maybe 60 or 70 watts. So the graphics card is using maybe 25 watts. So it's rarely idling under 50 watts, and that alone shouldn't cause the fan to be, you know, spinning at maximum speed, but because it's taking a while to cool off, it's going to average over 100 watts idling. So if you wanted to get a newer computer, you know, running something at 95 watts isn't going to be an issue. For example, I have a 95 watt FX8320E, but it has a much larger heatsink. and that is a Zalman heatsink. It's a really cool one. I don't know if they still make it, but they advertised it as a passive one where you don't need a fan if you're using anything up to 95 watts. So I tried it out for like, I don't know, a few weeks or so, and it started to get, you know, hot. So I was like, well, can it really handle it? And that's really up to you. I mean, your environment and how cold it is in your room, or how hot it is. So if it's hot, you kind of need a fan, even though it says it. Now, just because it says it was advertised for 95 watt, do I think it's a bad heatsink? No, I actually like the heatsink a lot. I'm just gonna put a fan on it because it manages the heat so much better. And with that, it is a lot quieter too. So compared to this one here, you know, that heatsink looks like it's about the same size as my Wraith cooler for my Ryzen 5 1600, and that's 65 watts. So it makes sense that it's making a lot of noise, but it's also heating a much, you know, more powerful CPU. So that being said, I was thinking, well, do I really need a powerful heatsink for my 7900X, which I just bought? And again, this is an X, not a 7900 non-X, which runs at 65 watts. So, for the moment some of you have been waiting for, or no, none of you, I will put my heatsink in view, and this is a deep cool heatsink. Actually, let me show you the box real quick. Now, I got this heatsink. So yeah, AMD doesn't include a heatsink for the 7900X because anything over 65 watts, and you have to go out and buy your own heatsink. So this is a 105 watt CPU. The one on the left inside there. And I went on Amazon and I looked for a budget heatsink, and I'm like, just doing a really rough estimate here. Like, the size of this thing is almost twice, not 3 times, but it's a significantly big heatsink. It's actually not as big as the other one that I have by Zalman. However, it does have more fins per cubic, centimeter. So it does seem to be a little more dense in terms of the number of fins. Well, I don't know. They're slightly different designs, but overall, it looks like it's going to be able to handle 95 watts. And again, I'm sorry, 105 watts. So I have a 105 watt setting that I'm going to adjust in the BIOS before I even plug it in. So I'm going to update the BIOS because ASUS had an issue with the regulation of some of their higher end boards, and I believe it also affected not just the 3D versions of the 7800 XD or X3D, but also the regular non 3D versions. So let me get that actual heatsink in view. So here we have and also that is looks like an 80 millimeter fan in the old case. Now this is a 120 or 140 millimeter fan, so it's much wider, and it's got a nice little checkered design there. Let's see if we can put that into focus here. Can't see anything. Oh, okay. I had the viewfinder automatically going to the... So very nice heatsink. It does include a little thermal paste package, although some models say that the heatsink was already applied to this part. So I'm going to try to figure out if it's just an extra case and I can just use the one on here, or if I'm going to apply it myself like I've done on the other boards that I bought. So I would say, I mean, just on a rough estimate, unless there's some really different power regulations on the newer CPU, just you know, ballparking it, this should be able to handle 95 watts. 105 watts, it's pushing it a bit, but I'm thinking just because the idles are going to be on average lower, maybe 60 watts, 50 watts or so. I don't think they're super low, since it's, you know, a 7900 model and not like a 7600 or 7800, which can run at like 65 watts or so. The fan isn't going to need to be running at full speed all the time, because the idles are going to be a big factor in that. So yeah, this is going to be a cool build here. I don't really think it's going to need one of those dual fan. They have a lot of air-cooled heatsinks for chips like this, and most of them recommend dual towers, which look pretty cool, and you need to have a pretty wide case, by the way. So the one on the left, at the time, not many cases really needed. Now let's get this out of focus here so it can. So a lot of the older cases, they were the towers themselves were a little narrower, because there were not many graphics cards that were really wide, and there were not many heatsinks that were very wide either. But you know, the larger the heatsinks that you buy, you're going to have to get a wider case. So this X3 at Microcenter was a very wide case, wide enough to fit in a bigger heatsink. So that's a very simple and non-liquid cooling option if you want to build a case. I would also recommend, if you are in the United States, that and you're building your first computer, there's a very budget option at Microcenter. I checked recently, and they had something very similar to the one I bought. That is a Ryzen 5 3600. So Ryzen has a 6-core, 12-thread, 3600 on Microcenter for something like $79 or even $74, which is an amazing deal. If you are just looking for a basic computer that's pretty modern and can run Windows 11, that's probably the best deal that I've seen at this time. Now, the only reason I didn't go with that is because I already have a 6-core, and if you visit passmark.com, the performance rating it was given was around 19,000, which is very good. The Ryzen I have from 2017, even though I bought it in 2020, has a performance rating of around 13,000. So you do get an improvement, but it wasn't worth the upgrade for me. I'd like to skip about 3 or 4 generations in terms of, not generations necessarily, but in terms of performance, I like to get like a 3 to 4 times improvement. So if you go to passmark.com and you look up the 7900X, you're going to see a score of around 50,000. So from 13,000 to 50,000, we're talking more than 3 times improvement in just general, I guess, averaged performance. So it's kind of hard to measure, generational improvements and just performance. So something like Passmark can give you a really good idea of what kind of improvements you can expect just overall. And typically those can be seen most directly in compression, like 7-zip, WinZip, and video encoding. And that's one of those things where getting more threads and more cores are definitely going to be useful. So, for example, this video is encoded by Panasonic's, internal camera codec, and that's going to be running at, I don't know how many cores it has, but it probably has like a 6-core processor just in the camera itself. So that's going to be H.264 codec. I don't think it's H.265, but if I wanted to encode it even further to something like AV1, I could use Handbrake and make a smaller video file. Obviously, uploading this video alone is going to be 30 gigabytes, so that's not really an option. Now, do I want to convert every video I have to AV1? Probably not. Even on a 12-core 24 thread, it's going to take some time, especially a 52 or 53-minute video as of now. So if I wanted to go with a video card, it is possible that it will have better encoding speeds. The only problem is that it's not really worth it for me right now to buy a new video card because I already have a really good one. I have a Vega 56. So just because I'm buying a new case, a new motherboard, even if I'm going to be putting it all together, I might not even need to buy a new graphics card for 3 or 4 years, just because I want to save some money, not because I can't buy a new card right now and then I wouldn't get it, but I just don't think it's going to be worth the improvement. Not only that, but the 7900X, unlike the 7600 or the 5600, has integrated video. It has a performance that's comparable to my 7950 Radeon HD from 2012. So amazingly, you have integrated video graphics that is more powerful. It got a Passmark rating of like 5,500 or 6,000 points, and my Radeon 7950 with 3 gigabytes of RAM got a Passmark rating of 5,000, or maybe just under that. So pretty impressive in terms of size reduction. I mean, you have Moore's Law with these transistors at 5 nanometers, and it's running all of that in a little chip right there. So you have that single chip with integrated video, and it's providing faster DirectX 12 performance than my Radeon HD, which weighs like 2 pounds. And it has, I don't know how much video memory is allocated in the Ryzen 7900X, but I'm sure you can adjust it a little bit based on how much system RAM you have. But that just, to me, it was like a signal. It's like do not buy a video card now because it has PCIe 5.0, and you can buy a video card when it has PCI Express 5.0. So moving on to my actual motherboard, I do have, let me open this up first. So I have 32 gigabytes of RAM that I bought. This is DDR5 RAM, not DDR4, and that was part of the bundle that Microcenter had. For $549, I bought a 12-core processor and a ASUS ROG STRIX B650E-F motherboard. And it has a land grid array socket, which I recall using a long time ago, although I never really messed with the heat sinks on those because those were all pre-built systems. But land grid array has not been used by AMD since like 2012, so it's a slightly different socket than the ones that we're using, pin grid array, which is what the other one I showed you had, all those little needles. But one of the nice things about it is you don't have to worry so much about transporting a socket and bending the pins. That being said, of course, you want to be careful with the motherboard because that's where, the expensive pins are, and maybe that's why the motherboards appear to be a little more expensive, but they're also newer, so. Other than that, I showed you this board. So yeah, this board has, the one I'm using right now, Ryzen. Even though it was an A320M and it was a $40 board, it had a M2 slot, which is NVMe solid state. It loads directly onto the board, and obviously it's not brand new technology, but it was my first M2 motherboard, and they are significantly better than solid state, depending on what you buy. I tried to look for one of the best M2. So I have a Crucial P2 slot, and I got a card, and it was a 512 megabyte. I spent like $50 or $60 on it, but it has some pretty good speeds. Now this is a Gen 3 motherboard, Gen 3/4. So you really get a good improvement. You don't really notice it, obviously, when you're running a lot of programs, because you're kind of expecting that to be running much faster. But the more applications you use, the more you start to notice the limitations of solid-state drives, like the SATA drives, not the NVMe ones. So that being said, or because of the fact, a few weeks ago, before I even knew or was set on buying an AMD AM5 motherboard, I went out and bought a Gen 4 XPG Gamix S70 Blade PCIe SSD, which is 1 terabyte and slightly larger in storage, but primarily this was chosen based on the performance levels that Passmark gave, not to overall, but the I/O ops for the random 4K. So there's 4 benchmarks in solid state. There's the read speeds, the write speeds, then there's the random, and then there's another random write. And this one has something like 112 megabytes random writes and reads, which might not sound like a lot because usually these things are advertised for writing at like 12 gigabytes per second or something. Something like this can go at 7 gigabytes per second, writes or reads or both. My Crucial P2 can do around 2.5 gigabytes per second, right? And a read, and like 1.5 gigabyte writes. So those are definitely important metrics when you're transferring files or you're reading files. Something like the PlayStation 5 would use those speeds. The only thing though is that the other two benchmarks, the third and the fourth one, if you use Crystal Mark or Passmark, they're going to give you two benchmarks. And the random small bit reads is what your system uses to read files. So if you know what you're going to read, you're going to save on speeds. But if you don't know what you're going to read, that's really where you're going to notice the improvement. So if you like to just wander around on your file directory, you're going to have longer search waits because you happen to be a random person like me. You're going to find a lot of slow speeds. That was partially a joke, but all the benchmarks are very important. So that one, I think it has a one model. It might be the 2 or the 4 terabyte one. And that one had something like 300 megabytes random, which is pretty insane, like 350. And obviously some of those cost a lot more. I don't know how much they do, but like that's faster than some hard drives can, read and write sequentially. So I'm pretty curious how it's going to do, and you don't need a Gen 5 PCIe card to actually see those improvements. So one of the reasons I bought it before I knew I was going to buy this motherboard was I could actually see those improvements on my Generation 3 motherboard. But seeing the sale, I'm never really going to test it on there, nor do I want to change the operating system on it. So with this one, I'm not going to put it in my my ASRock motherboard. So I could put it in this one even though it's a Gen 3, but since this is a Gen 4 and this motherboard is a Gen 5 or supports up to Gen 5, I'm going to put it in this one here. So I basically have a complete system here that I can put together. I bought the heatsink, I had this EVGA PSU, and I basically bought everything I needed. And this one has 6 included case fans. So this Montech is this case here. You can get one in black or white, but it's this is the case here. Sure. X3 mesh white. Yeah, that's the model name. So, putting this thing together shouldn't be too difficult. What I wanted to cover next was an interesting thing I learned. This motherboard has, in addition to the typical 24-pin, there's, let me see if I'm in focus here. Okay. So there's a lot of interesting details, but if you're not familiar with the power supply pins that go to the motherboard. Most basic motherboards in the past used to use just a 4-pin connector like that one. So there's a 4-pin connector for very basic motherboards, plus the stand, like all motherboards, even embedded ones that like my ITX, it uses one of these here. So I think it's like 24 pin or 20 plus 4, and that's pretty standard. Now, the other thing you'll notice is this here, which I don't have on my Gigabyte. I don't believe I have on my Gigabyte FX, because it has a very similar thing. I think it has an 8-pin. So the 8-pin is, I gotta put this bag underneath here. I just feel better putting it under here. Okay, so the 8-pin is on the left. Is that 8-pin? Yeah, that's 8-pin. Now the thing about 8-pin is your power supply will most likely have it. If you get one over, 400 watts. I think, well, even some of the newer 400 watts should have them. But you'll see one additional 4-pin on the right, and that's only for overclockers. You don't really need it. It can look kind of confusing and scary if you realize you just bought a power supply and you realize you don't have one, or don't think you'll need it, or don't want to use it. Go out and buy another power supply. But turns out, I read online that you don't actually need the 4-pin, and you shouldn't use it unless you're actually overclocking. I know what you're doing. But I don't plan on overclocking it. I'm going in the opposite direction, as I mentioned earlier. So that's that. So I don't have to go out and get a new power supply. But it was a brief, it briefly caused a panic. Well, not a panic, but just a mini panic. Okay. That being said, I also want to mention how improved these motherboards are, and I have worked on multiple motherboards. What you see here is, let's go and focus here. Okay, so as you can see, this little button here, this is the PCIe release. And this is the first motherboard that has something like this. This is a very good improvement on motherboards, because in the past you had to push down on this latch, and you had to really first ensure there was nothing obstructing your access to it. So you have to get your hand in there to pull it out, unless you're using some other tool. But so once you get there, you have to kind of push on it, and even when you are pushing on it, the card doesn't always pull out very easily, so it still kind of feels stuck. And you always want to be careful that you're not pulling on it too much, because it can feel like you're pulling it, and then you end up, and you could even pull out the slot. And the only reason I'm talking about that is because it actually did happen once on my Gigabyte. So my 990FX, it was probably more just not being careful with it, but fortunately I did have 2 PCI slots, and I did have a Vega 56 that I was using. That was probably one of the reasons I sold it. It wasn't worth, fixing the PCI slot. Well, not that it wasn't worth it, but I wasn't able to fix it. What happened was the PCIe thing got entirely pulled out, leaving just like the bare pins exposed. And there was no way that I could obviously just, connect the card to it. I don't think I tried, or maybe I did, and it didn't work. But anyways, and nor would I try it again. But I tried to put the thing back on there, and technically you could, but there were so many pins, and some of them were just so bent out of shape that it wasn't easy to align them all so you could connect them. But technically, if I did, I mean, perhaps I could have. But that's one of the benefits of buying a motherboard with 2 PCI or even 3 PCI slots. You get that extra redundancy. So if something did happen where you accidentally broke one of these things, you don't have to go out and buy another bar. You can just use the other one. The only other case where it wouldn't really be it would still be bad, of course, you know, losing one. But depending on which one you lose, like this one at the lower end might be less valuable or more valuable because your power supply might be located right next to it. So you might not have any room to put your card there anyway, or if you do, you still have the other one. So that's another reason you may want to use, you may want to treat one a little bit more carefully, because at least the other one, you know, you could use it, but you may not have as much room, or you do have the room, but the heat sink, the heat dissipation isn't going to flow as freely, because it might be facing the very bottom of the case, and the bottom of the case might not have any air pores, or like little holes for, yeah, where the air is going out, or it does, but there's, you know, there's supposed to be a fan there, so you might have to install a fan another way, like facing the card. So that's one option. So those are all the reasons why this little button here is is a great improvement. There's a couple other things that they do. They put these little blocks on them, which is somewhat to protect the capacitors underneath them, which kind of stick out in a way that can make them a little exposed. Like you can see over here, they have all these capacitors. And on my earlier boards, like, they look cool, but you don't want to like touch them or accidentally, you know, knock them over, because they can break, and then you might end up with a, you know, a non-functional board, or a very dangerously functioning board that doesn't, you know, regulate very well, or at all. So so that's just based on experience for having installed just maybe 4 or 5 motherboards in 12 years. Very nice board. There's even other boards that cover even more of the motherboard. Do you really have to go that far? I mean, if you have experience working on other motherboards, you don't really have to play it that safe unless you know, it's your first board and you're just not sure. But these capacitors usually are pretty well built, and you don't have to worry too much about them, as long as you don't, you know, get near them or try to push things in when you're near them. You want to stay. That's the only thing I'm really concerned about. Just try to stay away from the capacitors whenever you're putting in RAM or a video card. Those are the 2 things where you kind of want to be extra careful not to push them if you are, you know, kinetically inclined. So beyond that, there's plenty of SATA ports if you need them, but typically you're going to only be using an M2 drive. Maybe 1 or 2. The nice thing about this board is that, unlike my 320, I actually have 3 M2 slots, which is like having 3 SATA ports. They have 4 SATA ports here. You can install them if you want to. On something like this, I'm probably not going to, because the 1 terabyte is going to be all that I need. I don't even think I really needed the external, like with this one here, the A320M. It has SATA ports, of course, but it only has one. It only has one. I can't really focus here. Okay, there we go. So it's got 1 port. so if you put in a large enough M2, then you're only going to need one. And I wouldn't even bother with the SATA unless you're using a server or something, or just using extra storage. But it turns out with this one, I ended up connecting an extra SATA cable, SATA drive, solid state, just because. Actually, on that one, I'm using another Seagate. It's like a 2 terabyte or maybe 4 terabyte, and they still work really well because it's got 64 megabytes of cache, which is like a hybrid, so it doesn't really feel slow, especially if you don't frequently access it. Plus, DirectX released Direct Drive 1.2 recently, and that allows you to load more of your storage into RAM, so you don't really even need to worry so much about having a slow drive when there's a lot more software that optimizes your performance by loading more into RAM. So it uses a cache for that. Yeah, that's all I really have for this video. I'm going to include the heatsink installation in a separate clip. I'm not prepared for that, but it's going to be very similar to any other installation here. If you've done one of these. Just put this away here. Okay, and what else? Let me see if I'm missing anything here. This heatsink will be able to connect directly onto the motherboard through the hose on the back of it. I think that's how my other one is. But if you were to check out how much it fits in here, let me try to zoom in here. Okay, so this heatsink by Deepcool AG400, I got it for like $21 on Amazon. They still sell it for like $21.99, but just looking at the how far the motherboard fits in, I am curious if it's gonna fit. And as you can see, it does seem like it will fit here. This fan here is about the same size, and when you plug it in, the motherboard it's gonna recede a little bit, but it's not gonna stick out that much. So I would say that this size case is the minimum that you need. And just looking at it, it looks like it's definitely wider, but it's not as the depth of it is not as typical as previous motherboards. The reason is because they removed the bays where there used to be a lot of hard disk drives and CD-ROM drives. So that's another nice thing about these boards, these cases. They've been able to improve on the making these cases narrower, because they got rid of all these bays where there used to be CD-ROM drives and hard disk drives. So the hard disks now go on the back. They have a couple things where you can put 2 solid-state drives if you want, but now that everything's going to M2 drives for the fastest performance, you don't even need those. So they're able to save space without having to make these cases bigger, because otherwise you'd have to get a bigger case if you still wanted to use all those drives. So that's one of the nice things. So I was a little hesitant in buying another large ATX case, but I'm glad I got it because I realized all the improvements that they've done in this. And one of the nice things they do, as you can see here, is that there's a hinge. I think I bought 1, 2, 3 cases, and all of them have these like removable, side doors, and you have to, keep sliding them in, and you have to screw them on. This one here, I installed my own 120 millimeter fan. I think it was included in another, it was included in another case, but I realized that this one here with the 95 watt CPU needed it more, so that's why I put it in there. Although I think the circulation of this case doesn't work as well, or maybe I probably could use another fan just to push the air out or something. But it's going to be loud anyways, so I don't really bother. And it doesn't get that hot anyway. So that's that. If you want to look at the AM 7900 Ryzen 9 7900X. This is a 12 core 24 thread. Yeah, no heatsink, but I found the one for it, and that's the review. Can't test it yet. I think a good program for showing the thermals is going to be HWBot. There's a program that will show you all the temperatures. So that'll be included in the next video or in a separate video after I do the heatsink installation and the CPU installation. But yeah, this is again EVGA BQ 850. It's an older power supply, but it's still a decent PCU. I think there was a bit of a noise issue with it. I'm not sure if it's that or if it was just something else I was running at the time, but it looked like it was running a little loud, unlike my other Seasonics, which are much quieter. But overall, I did just use the air duster to ensure all the air was, that I was free of any dust or anything, but I think it was just programmed to maybe run at a maximum speed or something, or maybe it was just getting hot. One other thing is that this case does have porous. It does have, I don't think it has at the bottom, but as you can see at the top here, the air can exit. So the air that's getting pushed up from the fan can go out, and it can go out through the back too. So one of the cases I have, I don't think that was the reason it was having a heat issue, but it could just be based on how much circulation is. So that's a very important thing. You want to make sure that the fan, the grill, wherever it's facing, has to be facing somewhere on your case that has an exit. So there's nothing on the bottom of that one. So if it's facing up, you can use it as long as there's airflow that allows it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using this case. Fortunately, I didn't have that issue, but when I bought this case, I didn't actually check where the flow was. But if it just so happened that this case, had to be used above here and it was facing down like my other G-Sync, then I would not be able to use this power supply. So fortunately, I just bought it because it was $50, and I got it on sale. So, yeah. Those are the only things you can look at. I mean, the wire management is a little bit better on this. You have a little bit of space that kind of gives you a little more options for hiding your wires. But I like this case overall. Again, you don't have to go out and buy a new case every time a new generation of CPUs comes out. But one of the things you will notice is how well improved they are. And I have a Roswell case from 2020, and that was just 3 years ago. But it's amazing how much these cases have improved in just 3 years. That said, I was also buying, $20 or $30 cases. I actually bought this case for $20. I think it's an Apex brand. So this case I bought for $20 from Newegg, and it was worth every penny. I mean, it's been 10, 11 years, so it's definitely survived its utility, or its life expectancy, and that's what I had anticipated or hoped for. So, if anything, if you still use your case, but your motherboard is kind of old, then you can at least still use the case and upgrade your system. So that's really how you could save the best. And again, that Microcenter has a Ryzen 5 3600, which is a 6-core, 12-thread CPU. They have... Hello, welcome to part 2 of my video. The previous video was cut short because I ran out of power, so I had to recharge my camera. But I was just saying about that Ryzen at Microcenter. It was available at the time for like $79.99 or $75, and there was a $20 bundle for motherboards. So some of the motherboards were around $60 or $70. For building just a basic system, that would probably be a really good value. If you don't already have something like a Ryzen 2600, or but other than that, that video was pretty much complete. I was gonna make this video about installing the heatsink, but a couple things turned up that I didn't realize, but not a problem. There's plenty of material to cover in this. I found a couple heatsinks that I used to use from my other builds, so I wanted to show and tell those. Then I wanted to cover some things I discovered about the new case, which has a Molex connector for the fans, and that won't actually be a problem, but it just so happened that all the EVGA modular cables happen to have a Molex connector that I have misplaced somewhere, so I will have to locate that or get an adapter for a SATA power. They have these like female adapters for the SATA cables that you can convert into LP4 Molex, which should be able to power the fans. There is a daisy chain of Molex connectors. There, if you go on YouTube, there's another video that shows all the fans that connect. I don't mind Molex at all. I just happen to not realize that the BQ didn't have one. connected to it. But that's also a good thing because it is a modular power supply, so it's in a way a little bit better to not have to need it unless you really need it. On the plus side, if I don't find the Molex, I could still use the SATA cable, and then I won't have to run a second power cable. But anyways, so I will jump forward and back to the heatsink that I will be installing. One thing I noticed during the gap of recharging the phone, I'm sorry, the camera. This is a GX85 4K camera that's using a lithium battery. So fortunately, it didn't take me 6 to 8 hours to charge my old Panasonic GH1, but this charged quite a bit faster on USB. But anyways, during that time of charging it, I discovered that this is advertised for AM5 ready, but when I looked inside the box, I only saw these two things, and they look like back plates, which are not intended for this AM5, because the AM5 motherboard has its own backplate, and actually it's a heatsink as well that is very, you know, it dissipates the heat very well. So very good quality. Let's zoom in here. So there isn't really anything I need to adjust here. This is all already pre-bolted. I mean, I will have to screw that onto the case, but doesn't look like I have to do anything there. What I did notice initially is I thought I needed an adapter, because I was trying to figure out, well, if I don't use this, then how does that connect? And then I was looking at this thing, and I mean, obviously I do have the instruction manual, but I only got to the page where you have to remove the, so if this is the AG4 booklet here. Let me focus again here. So it's a pretty straightforward manual. It's a very convenient. The manual is very well. The first few pages is for the Intel, so you can skip that if you don't have one. So with AMD, it's pretty straightforward. It'll point to the screws that are included on the motherboard. So there's two. There's a plastic piece here and a plastic piece here. And let me just zoom out here. Okay, so this these pieces here are the parts that were included in the AMD. So all I had to do was remove those. Not this. This is for the case, but there's a screw here and a screw there, and then there's two more over there. So once you get those removed, Deep Cool included a very convenient package for both the Intel and the AMD. So the easy way to tell which one's which is that this is the AMD, and it includes the screws just for the AMD. So they're separated so you don't get them mixed up, which is very thoughtful. So this one has some spare, like, mounting screws for the case, it looks like, so those can be handy, although I already have those included with my Montech case. Now, looking back at the manual here, after I removed those, I basically just stopped reading the instructions after I saw this. Now I did see these two things and I realized that they go on there, but I didn't realize that this thing here is for the heatsink. Although I did, not too shortly after, figure out that this thing here is for this part. But even after I figured that out, or I think it goes this way. So even though I figured that out, I still couldn't figure out how to get this thing onto that. And so what happened was, I was looking at these little holes here, and I was like, well, these holes have to align with the holes on the board, and I couldn't see any. And the reason I couldn't see any is because these here don't align with the holes over here, but they align with the half semicircle things right here. So you may not really be able to see it, but they kind of go like this. Because if you kind of line it up there, it matches, and then over there, right? Yeah, I mean it does, it's just not here. So I'm going to go ahead and connect those. Also, one thing I noticed, if you're trying to push this on there, don't do it really fast or hard, because they are not symmetrical. So one of the sides has a little thing that doesn't allow you to push it in all the way. So this one works, but if you turn it upside down, you'll notice that it doesn't go in all the way. And that's for a reason. They probably don't want you to use this side. Now, I could try pushing it in, but I'm not going to try. I think it's designed to... I don't see any arrows or anything, but it's pretty clear that they don't want you to use that side. Now, I could be wrong, and but then I thought, well, if it's not going to fit and you have to jam it in to maybe make it more secure, it's not really going to matter, because you're not securing it using the plastic. The plastic is just to align and keep the screws, help the screws, align to the board. So those are not actually, it can be kind of not loose, but it only goes in one direction. So after you get these in, see, it doesn't go in that way, you have to. So I can imagine someone who's like, well, why doesn't it fit, with something like this. I'm not gonna try that, because I know these things can get broken if you they have like a slight thing that's kind of pushing against it. That's what I think is blocking. I can't even see what's blocking it, but it's probably just a slight thing that's blocking it. So again, there are four screws. They're a little taller than the Intel ones. So it's designed to completely match the standard AM5 socket. Now, before I figured out that these do fit to the half semicircles for this bracket, I found that some of the deep coolers needed a bracket adapter for the AM5, and they are still shipping out, or they were, at least a few months ago, were shipping out free adapters for some of the air-cooled and some of the heatsink mounting brackets. So if you have a different model, there are some that they can mail you in a free adapter. But when I typed in my model, it said that it was compatible, and then I was trying to figure out what I was missing, if I was missing something, or if I just wasn't connecting it right. So fortunately, it's better to just have everything ready rather than having to order a part, even if it's free. But so next I'm going to just go ahead and screw these in. Actually, before I do that, as the instructions say, once you get this thing in there, then you can add the screws. So as you can see, they all line up very nicely, and it looks kind of like a washer in a way, like the function of it, but I don't know if that's really I guess it could sort of, it just keeps the metal away from the motherboard, so you don't really want to have that metal touching the motherboard. If it's not like it's going to cause a short necessarily, but I guess it could. So it looks like this is how you connect it. Now, obviously you want to screw it in a little more. It's a little different than the one I installed for my Ryzen 5. I like this one a little bit better. I think it's just a little simpler. The other one I had to connect through the backlight. I don't remember what I did on that one, but it was a little bit more tense. Like the connection was, like I only had like two. I don't remember how I connected it, but so that's that. Now this heatsink won't be installed right now because I still need to flash the BIOS, and I was thinking, well, if I'm going to flash the BIOS, I better not connect the CPU because, well, if I wanted to run the computer, I wanted to make sure that the BIOS was flashed because of that issue. So the most recent BIOS on the ASUS website, there are several BIOSes for different motherboard lines, like B650A and B650E-F. So this is a B650E-F, and I think it's BIOS 1616. It's like a 32 megabyte file. There is a zip file. You just unzip it, run the BIOS renamer tool. It'll automatically open a command prompt, and then it'll rename the file, and then you just connect it to, you copy and paste the BIOS into the root directory of a USB drive, and then you plug that into the BIOS port on the back of here, which is only designated for, this is a BIOS, a USB port designated only for flashing, so it'll know what to do if you plug in a file designed for that. Now, so once I power it on, you don't actually need a CPU, and I don't think you even need any RAM in there either. So that's one of the reasons they design it, so you can update it without risking your computer from getting damaged due to a setting that you may have set previously. And also it prevents you, well, not prevents, but it reduces the need of having to borrow another CPU if you're just temporarily using it to boot a CPU that you plan to flash in later. Now, I connected this fan here just because I wanted to test it out to see if it would fit this 3-pin. It's a really old fan, but I just wanted it in case I could not find my Molex cable for the power supply. But this is another way you could get a system fan. It's a really old 80 millimeter fan. I think this might have been for a computer fan. I don't remember, but I got it from another system. And also, I found my old Cooler Master fan for my 65 watt Sempron. So this was my first CPU fan. It's designed only for 65 watt PS CPUs. so it'll even show all the models. So it's DK975-2A-0L-GP. Now you can see the heatsink on it. So this used to be the Sempron X2 2300, which is an AM2 processor, by the way. And for 65 watt, it's more. It was actually quieter than the 95 watt one, but as you can see, they look very similar because this must have been. It looks very much like the manufacturer heatsink. I think I got that Sempron refurbished. It was only like $30 at the time, but it was just a good way to learn how to build your first computer, because you're only using a $30 chip instead of something like a $300 chip. So so that was a nice one. I had another system that I built maybe 10 years ago, and that was an AMD A8-3850, which included a stock heatsink. And that was actually for, I believe it was a 100 watt CPU. So it had a very, it's heavier than the one that I just showed you, but it's not very powerful. Even if you include it with, I think it had a fan. I don't know if it fits, if that fan fits or not. Let's see this here. I don't know if that was the one that was with it, but even if you have a fan, it's going to be really running kind of hot and loud. But it wouldn't be a terrible, it would be fine on a 65 watt CPU. But this is an AM3, so I don't know if it supports. Actually, that was a FM1 socket, but I think it might still work, but it's still the reason I removed it is because I wanted to use a larger heatsink, since it was 95 watts. So for that one, I bought this ProLimaTech for a low profile ITX case. So the ITX is not a tower, or I don't use it as a tower, especially since I put my hard drive horizontal. So this one is really good for using a narrow case, but one that isn't that doesn't have a lot of space. So you can actually fit this in a lot more compact cases, but still power something that's like 95 watt or 100 watts. But that is for an FM micro AM3. Yeah, I mean, it supports AM3, but for this you want to use like a 120 millimeter fan, which is not a bad thing, because there's more heatsink space for it. So definitely worth it. And lastly, on old components, not old, but components that are not in this build, is my box for the Seasonic 620 watt. I also have a 520 watt Seasonic S12 bronze, which is also a very good power supply. This is the one I use for my Ryzen 5 1600, so obviously wanted to use something reliable, but never had an issue with it. It runs very, very quiet, and it's like being on the beach. You hear the seashore, seashells, can't go wrong. Anyways, if I had another Seasonic, I would probably install it on this one. I could even install this one on the new one, but I don't really need to do that right now, and I understand it may, not to say that EVGA is a worse power supply necessarily. I mean, it's the only one I have. I just don't really haven't used it in a couple years, so it's still going to probably work fine. But and I did, you know, do the air duster and all, so it's actually been tested to be working fine. It's just that if I'm using one computer and everything's working fine, I don't really want to make more of a mess of swapping everything out again. But I mean, it theoretically could run just as fine on this, even with a relatively powerful GPU, except if I did want to connect one that had like 3 8-pin connectors, then I could use the EVGA BQ850, because then I could actually connect 450 watt GPU plus, you know, 170. So I would have enough for like a, you know, an RTX 490 Ti or something. Not that that exists yet, I don't think, but and not that I would necessarily go and buy one, but it's nice to have the option in case one comes on a bargain. Now, is this going to need a it's going to need the CPU after the BIOS is flashed. I'm not going to make a video on that, but it's pretty straightforward. You just connect the power supply and a VGA cable, a mouse, and keyboard, so that you can adjust the settings in the BIOS. There is a PC World article that actually gives you the settings for the 105 watt, which seems like it's a really good option. The only reason I bought the 7900X is because it was on sale at Microcenter, but typically the non-X versions, like the, you know, Ryzen 3600 at Microcenter are 79, so you're usually going to get a better deal on the non-X ones. And also the 7900 Ryzen did get launched at around $429, and when the 7900X was released, it was $549. So the fact that I got this for $330 plus the motherboard and RAM for another $200, I couldn't really turn it down, considering, you know, I get a lot of performance improvements, even though I'm upgrading a little early in a way. Not to say that I couldn't, you know, upgrade it, but just cost-wise, I mean, it's all going to be valuable equipment, you know, 5 years from now. I'll be able to upgrade the AM5 processor, most likely. There even could be maybe even a 24-core 48-thread CPU or 32. I don't think they'll go that high necessarily on a board like this, but it could happen. Is it going to be worth it? Depends. If it's cheaper than upgrading a whole new system, which many times it can be, then yes. But if there's another bottleneck in the system, then maybe not. But you know, this was, the AM5 just got released, so it's very likely that there might be some board that some chip that would be worth an upgrade. So yeah, definitely a good reason to upgrade early, and obviously it's, you know, not a $100 motherboard with a CPU bundle. Like, you can get a, you know, sometimes I have an open box motherboard at Microcenter for like $50, even $40. You can get that plus the Ryzen, and you'd be spending you know, 110, 120 with the $20 bundle coupon. So, and then you get RAM for DDR4. You can get like 32 gigs for maybe even $60, $70. So you can get quite a bit of RAM and a pretty complete system for probably under $300. And then obviously you have to install the operating system and also get a power supply. But if you're willing to spend a little bit more money, I think this is probably the second best deal for just overall performance. This is definitely the best bang for your buck. But if you only have like $400 and it's your first system, I would definitely go with like a Ryzen 5 3600. But anyways, this is the instruction manual for the Montech case. Pretty straightforward. This is what it looks like on the back, where you put the SATA drives, the power supply. Didn't quite get this part here. This is if you want to install a hard drive, which is over here. And I still have some thermal paste from my Ryzen. This is an Arctic Silver. I do read that it expires, so I was thinking of using this one instead of the newer one that was included with the deep cool, but I am not sure I want to use that one, the old one. Not to say it won't work, but I may as well keep it for the Ryzen 5 just in case I need to remove it for some reason, since it seemed to work pretty well. So not to say that it wouldn't work well with this one, even if it's better quality thermal paste. I may as well, see how the one that was included works with the one with the manufacturer that made the heatsink. So this is the included thermal paste that I'll be applying. Deep cool. I'm assuming that you have to use all of the heatsink, single use only. I mean, it's possible that you could have a little bit left over, but I don't think they would give you enough for two. Nor would you really. Does it really appear to be a container designed for storing it sealed? So I'm just gonna probably use all of it. And other than that, these can be good to hold on to, even though you may not really need them. Other than that, there's this is just like the system fan. It connects into one of the motherboard ports. So the only thing I was going to do in this video was just connect the mounting holes to the case. And for me, I've connected heat sinks when they were mounted in the case, and I just prefer to do it because it's just slightly more protected. I don't want things like falling out or just all over the place. But even connecting it to the power supply, I kind of prefer that it be inside the case when I'm powering it on, because I don't really like it to be a bench top and exposed when I'm running the computer just to flash the BIOS since it's powered on. So it's not really good to have it plugged in when it's just completely exposed, which there's no necessarily problem. I mean, you can use an anti-static wrist strap here. This is really if you already have the entire system plugged in and it's been running. So you have the anti-static wrist strap here, so you can use that if you have recently unplugged a powered on computer, and there are some electrostatic parts that may have some residual power, such as a capacitor. So this has never been powered on, of course, so I don't really have to be using that right now. But in cases where you are working with systems or you're troubleshooting and you're for some reason feel like you don't have enough time to think, you want to definitely put this static wrist strap so it can limit or prevent you from getting shocked in the wrong circumstance. So moving on to, so again, this is the Intel, actually that's not the, there's the Intel. So this was the Intel, I think this was the Intel, one of these, oh, this is actually from the case. So this is for connecting the, oh, I don't remember where, yeah, this is from the case. This is the Intel mounting holes for the heatsink for the motherboard. So the black one is not going to be used for this motherboard. And I'll just take these out as well, since I'm not going to be doing this right now. And a lot of times installing a new motherboard is, even though I've done it before, it's nice to learn a couple new things. I just prefer to take my time because I don't like to rush things. It's definitely not one of those videos where it's designed to be as efficient as possible in content delivery. It's more just how any one who just likes to enjoy their day and planning out your install. I mean, there is a bit of a delay in producing a video rather than just installing it without making a video, but considering it's such a new motherboard and there might be a little bit of interest in this, I like to include a little bit of, you know, historical background or experience from installing these, because there's quite a bit to appreciate with the improvements that they've made. For example, this backplate was already installed on the motherboard, and in the past lots of manufacturers were very I guess efficient with the way they included packaging, and they didn't really bother to think that you know, some people might get cut by these very sharp backplates, or the backplates were designed very cheaply, and they were not really designed with a smooth edge. But there are backplates that can be very sharp. Any, you know, hardware install 101 should tell you that. But I thought it was, you know, worth mentioning. They can, you know, be very sharp. You can get cut on them. Also, this case here that I showed you earlier has also very sharp edges on the inside. So some of those cases can also be very sharp. And they're cheap. I think it's aluminum. Some are steel. Aluminum's a little bit lighter. It's kind of even preferable in some cases, in some instances. I didn't say cases because I didn't want to confuse with the actual thing. But I mean, you can also just wear gloves, but of course you don't really get a whole lot of a grip on things. The only thing this thing doesn't have that I sort of wanted but never really used, or never used, was the optical SPDIF. There might be another connector or adapter for it. I think I saw one on a header on the board. I also like that it has 5.1 because I have an old Creative Labs that I can connect directly to the subwoofer, which has an orange, a black, and a green. So I get 5.1 surround on that. So that's nice because you don't need any special adapter, and it's probably got a pretty high quality sound card. There are a couple other cases I have that also have the 5.1. And I also like that there's DisplayPort. They have there's DisplayPort. There's HDMI 2.1, which I'm very curious about. Maximum resolution. It might support up to 8K, but some of the B650 boards, except for the Gigabyte, say they're rated for only 4K at 60 Hertz. But DisplayPort can handle DisplayPort 1.4 can handle up to 8K, and the card and the processor, a 7900, is fast enough to output it. I mean, it's not going to play games, but it can definitely output at 8K if it's a DisplayPort 1.4, which I think it is. Now with HDMI 2.1, it's not quite the same story because turns out that some of the HDMI 2.1s are actually rebranded HDMI 2.0B ports because they're now categorized under the HDMI 2.1. Long story, on an integrated motherboard, it's not going to be as much of an issue, nor should you really expect it. But if you're buying a graphics card and it says HDMI 2.1, you're probably going to want to expect that on every component that says that. So if you're going to get an HDMI 2.1 cable, it could potentially only support HDMI 2.0 speeds, which can be an issue if you're looking to game or run at 120 Hertz at 4K or 144 Hertz, or if you're looking to do 8K. But that's one of the things I hope to find out when I run this, to see if it can output at 8K. The other thing is there's one PCI Express 5.0 for the 16, and then there's also a 5.0 for the M2. There's two other M2 slots that are at 4.0, and since I have a motherboard with 3, I'm going to use my XP G Gamix. Where is that? Let's head it somewhere here. Well, it was in the other video. It's only going to run at PCI 4.0 speeds, Gen 4. So there's no need to put it in the Gen 5 slot. And there's a little screw for it. It has a heatsink. I have to figure out whether I'm going to use that heatsink or the one that was included in the box for the solid state drive, or if I can use both. I'm not sure, but I'll figure that out later. And on to the installation. Really, I'm just going to connect this to... Well, I'll move this heatsink out of the way because I'm not going to be using this right now. And this is also for these two here, so I won't be needing that. This I found it somewhere, so I don't. Better keep that because I don't know what it's for. And this is for the back of the case door. And okay, so and it does have a little plastic tape on here, a cover, but I don't really want to remove it. Oh, better put this back on here, because the power supply is going to fall out. Okay, yeah, here's the Gamex again. This also has a USB 3.0, but I'm going to connect this here for now. Don't even think I'll need this. This is actually kind of tricky because if I close up the door, I'm going to end up having to move some of these to place it closer to the side of the motherboard where it actually connects. So I'm actually just going to leave that closed, that door open for now. But once I figure out where it goes, I'll connect it, then I'll close the door. That said, I don't want to put it in a place where it's not easy to reach. Yeah, the wire management on this case, it's not perfect, but in a way, if you haven't bought a case in 10 years, it's actually quite a bit better than the other one, because there's really no place to kind of tuck the extra cables, especially on a non-modular or semi-modular power supply. So I'm going to go ahead and plug this thing in for now, just because it's a little easier to manage the wires. But there are quite a few Molex connectors, daisy chain, and it's kind of funny looking, but it's not a big deal for, because fans don't typically use a ton of power. I think they only use like 2 watts or so, most of them. And 2 watts is, for a Molex, and if you're comparing a PCI Express pin, a 6 pin is 75 watts, and an 8 pin is 150 watts. So if you do the math, it makes you wonder, well, how is it that 6 pins is 675 watts, and 8 pins is 150? Well, each of those pins may have a little more capacity than what they are using in the 6 pin, and this is already getting tangled up here. So you kind of want to get one of these 24 pins out of the way for now. But it's even making it hard to close this case, and I haven't even installed anything yet other than the power supply. But anyways, I'll just plug this in here. I mean, it's definitely a nice taller case, which is nice because it doesn't take up too much depth, and sometimes the depth actually is what makes the case feel so large, because even though you might have it, you know, under a desk or above a desk, it still sticks out almost 2 feet when you have a longer case. So having a shorter depth is definitely nice, because usually there's always a little bit more vertical space in a room than there is horizontal space. And width, of course, is definitely important too, but it's not as drastic as having a shorter case. Oh, I forgot to zoom out here. So I just plugged in the door. I think it's just going to be just a little bit easier to install it, because you don't have to worry about wires falling out or dangling out. So I'm going to put this on its side, and I will open the door after it is. I'm still a little wary about power supply falling, but the door is closed. Okay, now this thing here, I'm going to make sure it's kind of tilted so it's not like going to fall. It probably can go all the way around, so this is not going to tilt over because it's pretty heavy. They're heavy enough. And then I'm going to change this view to the top-down view, but it also has a pretty cool I heard that it copies off of fractal design, but it's got a little bit of, you know, nice design there. And also one of the nice things about this, like I mentioned in the other video, the bays are removed, but another really good benefit of that is that you get direct fan flow for the inflow and outflow. So you have 3 fans on this, and all those bays that used to be there for the CD-ROM and the hard drives were all sort of increasing the temperature when you're not getting a whole lot of airflow. So having all these fans directly blowing air out, plus giving you more cubic centimeters or cubic inches of volume in your case for just, you know, plain airflow is definitely going to improve your temperatures without needing a loud and powerful fan. But I do have 6 fans, which isn't going to hurt. So putting this on the vertical, let me just zoom out here. And this is probably one of the easier parts of recording and installation. You're just screwing 8 mounting screws here, but it is an important part of installing a case, as the case is going to need all the screws that came with the case for mounting. You could get away with, if you noticed on the other video, I didn't have all the screws connected to the ATX. It's a micro ATX motherboard on the other one that you saw, but I think I only had like 3 or 4 plugged in, but it is a very light processor and there's not a heavy graphics card installed, so it's not going to sag down or fall off the case, because it's not a very heavy case on the other one. But if you are installing a heavy motherboard case, computer, like a dual tower fan, and you have like 2 video cards or even 1 big video card, that could potentially pull down your motherboard if you're only using like 1 screw. So I wouldn't recommend doing that, but even 2. But in most cases, as long as you have it mounted correctly, you're going to have you know, a secure thing. But it also helps with vibration. I mean, that's more common, more of a practical reason why you'd want it, not that you're breaking any laws for putting only 3 mounting screws, connecting three mounting screws. But this is also very nice. I think these are two 120 millimeter, and I think these here are 140 millimeters. Okay, and a lot of these cables are for the USB on top, so you get 2 USB 2.0s, which uses just very small headers, and then your USB 3.0 is universally known as the blue connector for both the outside and the header port. So they're very easy to install. You just look for the motherboard header that has the USB 3.0 header. If you have a really old motherboard, then it won't have this thing. But most motherboards in the past 20 years are going to have these for USB 2.0. I have not actually found, let me just find this USB 3.0 header first before I plug it in. Okay, I think it's over here. Okay. Okay, so this is probably the most boring part of the video. Oh, that's right, yeah, so this power supply has the 8-pin, but since this power supply is all the way at the bottom, it looks like it's barely gonna fit. It's barely going to reach. But that's good for wire management, because then it's not like dangling all over. But this should have enough slack to flip over completely and plug in, because this is where the 8-pin motherboard power goes. Again, there is another one here, the standard 24, but that's going to be on the other side. And I'm probably going to open up the back again once I have it mounted, so it's not going to come out through here. But I'm just going to put this here so it's easier to store while you're working on the mounting of the screws. Taming of the screws. Henry James. Anyways, I think it's turn of the screw, taming of the screw. I have to read that book again. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is a standard ATX. So that's going to be 9. If you have a micro ATX, I believe it's 8 or 6. Something like that. This is a very heavy motherboard, which is good, because according to Jurassic Park, it means it's expensive. And this is not the best way to put a motherboard in, but I'm just going to do this very carefully. Okay, I'm already forgetting something here. These power supply cables do have to completely get out of the way, because they can't really be even sticking out, because there's not really any stuff. Plus this fan here is really tight, so you gotta get that out of the way. And I don't really like the feeling of scratching semiconductor solder joints against the motherboard, but it's just one of those things you have to hope for the best. Obviously there's a more contactless way to do it if you really wanted to be extra careful. But I mean, I have worked on these enough to know that it's most likely not going to cause any damage, and just being extra careful and gentle will give you a hint whether you're being too rough or not on that. You definitely don't want to shove anything or push it hard, because you could really bend something that cannot be unbent. So that is that. Now, as I can see, all of the 9 mounting holes appear to be very well aligned, and that's very important because it'll save you some time if you realize that something isn't connecting. So that's going to avoid even reaching the point where you might try to jam something, because nothing has to be jammed. If something is putting a lot of pressure against a screw or something that gets slotted in, it's most likely that you have it in wrong, or it's the wrong port. Okay, so everything is looking good here. There's quite a bit of space for installing a graphics card. There's one here. There are 6 bays here, which means that many cards today are sold. Like if you get a 7600 Radeon or a NVIDIA RTX 4060, it's most likely going to use 2 bays potentially. If you get a really bare bone stock version, you could probably find one with 2. But a lot of the ones that are aftermarket that have a little bit faster speeds or special cooling and fans, they might even have a 3 bay. They call it some 3 something. And those are typically found on the higher end cards, like a generation ago. But now you get even mid-range cards that use like 2.5 or 3. So that can be, you know, an issue if you plan on installing 2, or if you're using it for like mining and you want to use, you know, 2 PCI Express. But I don't plan on using 2 PCI Express. But I like having the option, especially if there's like a special hard drive, like an Optane that has faster speeds, or I have an extra PCI M2 hard drive. I don't think I'll need or get something like that, but it can be something that you might want to use. You can even, you know, install like a 40 gigabit Ethernet switch or Ethernet card. I don't think you need a 5.0 for that. But just looking at this, you know, I can see that the power supply is going to be able to flow air outwards this way and that way. The only thing is typically when you have a graphics card in this slot here, or the very bottom one, this motherboard isn't designed for this type of case, for installing a card at the very bottom one, because there really is no room to install a graphics card, not even a really low profile one. I had a video, I had one here, a very thin one. In fact, this is a 7600 GS. So old, Windows 10 doesn't support it. But, I mean, maybe a BASIX driver, but as you can see, it is a PCI Express, so it is backwards compatible all the way to PCI 1.0, but looking at it, this is the only one that would, I don't want to touch the capacitors down there, some really fancy gold capacitors, but this one here actually could fit. So if you look at the width of this, that's really about all you have. And low profile cards can handle that, can run. In fact, I do have a couple other low profile cards, like an R5 240 and a HD 6450, I think it's a 7450. So there are other cards that you can install, and they even have like a full-size bracket. If you want, you can just remove it. This one here, I removed the bracket so I could install it in a smaller system because it had a full-size bracket. Sometimes they include it, sometimes you don't. But typically, if you have the small bracket, you might want to install it. Now, if you look at the heatsink, it's not a very powerful card, but the heatsink itself is actually, you know, too wide to fit on the bottom one. So you couldn't even fit this one in here because it's just the heatsink is too large. Now it's technically a low profile capable, but it's not the most low profile in terms of height. So because it's kind of tall, it's not going to fit in every low profile card. But there are several desktops that you can fit it into that are, you know, slim. It depends on whether or not you have another card next to it, or you don't have a power supply right next to it. So that's the only issue with that power. But it's interesting that you know, if you happen to have a low profile card and then you wanted to install something else, and that one you could actually install like up to 3 cards, which can be handy for like if you're using multiple monitors and you just happen to use or need extra cards for other computation. So again, yeah, having 3 bays and having another 3 bays can be helpful for 2 cards that sometimes use 3 bays for 1 card, and then they use 3 bays for another. It just so happens that this one here is a PCI Express. This is a PCI Express. This is the M2. This is PCI Express 5.0. And this is PCI Express 4.0. Or maybe the other way around. But in either case, you also have another 4.0. But in either case, if you were using this one here, unless the bays start down here, then you would only have 3. If you have like a card that's 3 or 3.5, then you really only have space for 1, because in order to have 3 here and 3 here, your PCI slot has to be down here, and then the second one has to be here so that it's kind of hanging and reaching there. So again, not a major issue because there aren't many dual GPUs so new today. I'm just looking for a reason to use 850 watts, but not really all the time. Other than this, I am ready to start using the mounting screws. And where did I put the... okay. So a lot of this is very, very boring, but if you've done this before, you know, none of this, very little will interest you. But yeah, this is where the USB 3.0 can connect, so you get very fast speeds. This is actually USB 3.2, so you get probably faster speeds than you would on an older USB 3.0, which is also blue, but not the same speed. So you can, I'll connect that later. I don't want to plug it in the wrong way. I think I had it in the wrong way. Did I? And I see the little thing there, but it seems like, yeah, I had it. I just don't want to connect it wrong. Alright, so the user manual shows which of the screws you have. Now technically both of these look like they can fit, but if you look closely These are very specific. They have round screws. There are also hexagonal heads on here, but those are intended for the back of the case. Not hexagonal, but they have like these. These could be for the maybe the hard drive mounting, the HDD, the 3.5. But these are the ones that are for the motherboard, the round, smooth ones. The ones that have the rough for, is it? Just wanted to get this thing out of here. Yeah, so these here are like, I don't know if you can really see the difference, but it's flatter. Like these are kind of rounder. They look like mushrooms. So these round ones go on the motherboard, but the ones that are flatter, and is that a hexagon? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's a little bit like a hexagonal thing on the sides. Those go on the exterior, or they go other places. Let's see if they fit. I mean, if you can't find any, you could use it if you just don't have any other screws or you lost all your screws. But it's good to be organized and to keep them where you know. But there are many more round, smooth screws. So that's kind of the clue that you want to use those for mounting. And plus they look nicer when you plug them in. They're not all boxy because it's such a sleek new motherboard. I mean, well, when you release a new one, it's always going to be sleek. That was a joke, a very like bad joke. Anyways, I feel like I already got the wrong screw in. It has not really connected very well on that one. I'm not going to try tightening it yet, but I want to. There's probably another screwdriver I could use. I just don't want to test that one yet. But there's something weird about this. Why isn't it? It should. Oh my god, I actually did choose. I actually tried screwing in the one that I just said you're not supposed to screw in. Well, that would explain that, but it doesn't explain the other one that didn't go in all the way. Is there something blocking it? Well, they don't really screw in very much. I mean, they don't. There's not many turns to it. You just kind of screw it in, and it's only like 1, 2, 3, 4. So you don't want to tighten it too much because you might strip it, and it is possible to strip it. But wow, they use those mounting holes because apparently you can short the motherboard if it's touching other metal, especially with, you know, this is a steel case, and it is painted over, which I don't know if it really protects it from very much conduction or conductivity, but I mean, potentially you could short it if it's touching something and it's taking the path of least resistance, or the shortest path to short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are all quarter turns, so I mean, it is fairly well aligned, unless I happen to squeeze in a cable in between it. That could be why it could be uneven. I don't really see that, but all the holes look fairly aligned. And it's not that you want to have it like bouncing and stuff, but it's nice to have a little bit of it's not padding, but it's just a little bit of a buffer between the motherboard, so it's not getting like a rigid shock if it happens to get dropped or fall over. So in a way it's kind of like a shock absorber by sort of being loosely. This thing isn't even, I don't know what's going on, but it's not even going in all the way. I mean, if you're balancing it on 9 screws, potentially it's gonna be more stable, even though they're not really in tight. Where did that go? Well, one of the perks of having extra screws is you can look for it later, but I definitely want to find that screw very quickly, very soon. So this one seems to screw in. I mean, it is possible that I put in the wrong one, but I'm pretty sure that I had the right. Okay, that is the first screw that actually went in all the way, so it seems like I actually got that one right. And it does have a round head, but some of them are a little different. Like, they don't have that flat ring around all of them, so it is possible that I used different ones on some of them, but they all look the same. I mean, they're all colored the same, so that's a pretty tricky one to get in there because it can fall, so technically you don't want it to fall and then let it rattling around if you don't pick it up, and that actually can cause a short. So that is one of the things you really don't want, is to have a loose screw just falling. The other thing that you really want to be careful about is there's a power supply at the bottom of this thing. So if you do drop a screw, you don't want it to fall into the power supply, because that you're not really supposed to take apart if you don't know what you're doing. Not that I would ever try on one that I still use or even don't use. So if you do drop a screw into your power supply, I already dropped one there, but I'll be able to open that later. And it's not going to fall into the power supply most likely, because I'm going to make sure it falls out before I turn it over. But anyways, if you do happen to get one that falls out and you unplug your, well, first you want to unplug your power supply if it falls in there, assuming you're already working when it's off. But the reason why you want to unplug it is so you can not only disconnect the power, but disconnect it from the case, so you can just kind of turn it upside down so it'll just fall out, hopefully. And that way you don't have to take it apart. It'll most likely fall out unless it's really jammed or really wedged somewhere. But that's priority number one if you drop a screw. But if you're really clumsy, I mean, but again, if you're really clumsy, you want to just take your time with this, because that's the most, it'll save you a ton of time. I mean, you don't want to be a lane looking for a grape behind a refrigerator for 2 hours or 30 minutes and then never finding it. Okay, I found one of the screws. Oh, okay, well it didn't fall in all the way, but... Okay, so you have found one of the screws. But getting there. Now, I mean, yeah, this is one of those things where you could... Well, you can't really do this outside of the case because it has to be in the case to actually mount it. So there really isn't any easy way to plug in some of these screws. Now, if you have like some other tool to kind of grasp the, like a magnetic screwdriver, which I do have a magnetizer and a demagnetizer, and I also have a magnetic, those magnetic ones can be tricky as well. I think I know where it is. I'm going to go ahead and magnetize this because it is just a little easier. Okay, that was unusually fast, but I did know where it was, so magnetizer, very, very handy thing. So with something like this, if you need to magnetize it, I think you can just put the... Can I put this in? Huh. Well, I want to demagnetize the screw. Does it work? Well, it seems to be magnetized. So I put the screw through the demagnetizer and I put the screwdriver in the magnetizer. And voila. Now, assuming I can screw it in enough where it is more attracted to the board, then yeah, it's already in the mounting hole. But it's not, it's kind of on an angle, so it's a little hard to tighten. But okay, so that is about 8 screws. There's one more right underneath the M2. I'm a little hesitant to put it in there because just the way it's designed, it looks like it could just fall into any underneath the heat sinks. But it shouldn't be too hard now that I have the magnetizer. So I'm gonna magnetize the screwdriver, and voila. Okay, so that was fairly easy. I'm not really sure why the other ones were having so much trouble. Okay, let me try to undo these real quick. Sometimes it could just be the mounting bracket. It could be that the mounting bracket could be stripped. That's not typically going to be common with a brand new motherboard or case, but I mean, it is possible that the screw is a little imbalanced, but it seems to be fairly, I mean, everything looks fairly aligned, just not super aligned. That doesn't make any sense. If it is aligned, then it's aligned, but if it's not, I'm not really sure. I'm not going to put too much pressure on it, because if it happens that I got a cable wedged between the board and there, then it could be putting extra pressure on some other component that is not very able to withstand that kind of pressure. But this is just a very low. I didn't put any pressure or anything. Not that I've ever ruined a motherboard to the point where it got dysfunctional or non-functional, but it is just the very basic parts to getting a board connected. Now, if you try shaking it, it's very secure. This here looks all nice and connected, and the PCI, and then there's I can't really get to that, but the 8-pin over there is going to be pretty simple to connect. Then there's all those other cables like the LEDs, the HDD indicator, activity indicator. So you got your power switch, your reset switch, power LED, HDD LED, which is now like an NVMe LED, which I'm not sure if it actually communicates with that, but that would be interesting. I never really checked on it, but that should be pretty standard. Here's the reset switch. So those all go, well, this might have to come in through the other bottom because it looks like they might go all the way at the bottom there. HDD, SPU's fan. Huh. And then there's also the CPU fans, which are not going to connect through the 3 or 4 pin, but through the Molex connector, which I'll have to get some other time, either by ordering an adapter or looking in storage, which hopefully doesn't take too long. But there are several CPU fans. Sometimes they say SUS fan, or they say chassis, or they say CPU, well, CPU for CPU fan, and then chassis for SUS for case fan. Header, SPDIF out. They have a header for SPDIF, but they don't have it on the back. USB. Okay, so CHA fan, CHA is chassis fan. If I wanted to connect one for the chassis, I could connect it there. That's a 4-pin, so actually this has to connect to the 3 on the right and leave the left one empty. I think it fits. Yeah, that fits. So this is an 80 millimeter or 90 millimeter. It's not really going to go anywhere, but I will have to get those Molex connectors. This even has an on-off switch for the LEDs. I think this is the first case that I'm buying which has LEDs on it. For the fans, I have never really spent extra money on LEDs unless it was included, but there's so many lights on most new products today, which is good and bad, but I wouldn't turn it down just for having lights on it if I don't have to pay extra for it. But it turns out that this one, probably like many LED devices, have an on-off switch, which is pretty pretty convenient. There are some boards where, like, if you don't have a switch for the LED, sometimes you just might want to leave it unplugged because it's just way too bright, especially blue lights. There's some computers that it's good to know if it's on or not, but if you're trying to sleep, they're just way too bright. I even put tape on some of them to kind of dim them a little. Even the orange lights can be a little too bright. But other than that, you have, so just going to zoom in. This video is almost done, by the way. I'm not really going to cover a whole lot here. But once I get all these power cords plugged in, I will be able to connect the heatsink after the BIOS is flashed. But in order to power it on, I just have to connect this 24 pin and the 8 pin, and that should be enough to flash it. I think there's just like a light that goes off or some indicator that doesn't rely on a processor or RAM to boot up. So it's connecting directly to the UEFI BIOS. And there's probably another actual computer or microcontroller built into the board that loads all that stuff. So technically you are booting a computer that's built into the motherboard. It's just a little fancier than the old ones that just had BIOSes and no computers technically that could boot without. But it's definitely a lot easier because you're potentially saving on a very expensive computer damage if you load the wrong BIOS for not that you would need to do that on a new build, but if you're installing a CPU that happen to have a defect or something that the manufacturer didn't find out before they released it. In ASUS's case, they released a new BIOS because the normal functions were not running at normal speeds. I wasn't going to get a 3D one anyways because I wasn't really sure about the technology, but when you have a stacked die, you know, there's a potential for additional heat just based on how it's designed. That being said, I wouldn't turn it down if it were offered at a really low price, but I still wanted to get a non-3D version just because I thought that the thermals would be even better than the 3D version. Not as good as the 7900, but then again, I'm not going to pay extra for 7900 if I was able to get the 7900X for $100 less. So sometimes you just have to go with the flow and just look for the better deal, and you can't really compare the regular price if there's sort of like a unique sale that kind of bundles everything in for a lower price. So 32 gigabytes of RAM is definitely in a good price, a good amount of RAM. Obviously you could install more RAM if you're going to be using something that needs that much. Right now it's going to be fine, but you know, 3 or 4 years from now, if I find identical RAM, I might want to install another 32 gigabytes. My power is almost running out, so I will actually be ending this a little early. If it abruptly ends, then you know why. Well, thanks for watching. My third video will have the heatsink applied and the computer installed. I will also include the boot sequence. Well, I'll have it showing that it's actually running in one of the future videos. Maybe not the next one, but the 4th or 5th. And that's that. Thank you so much for watching. This is probably just like another video you've seen, or maybe a little bit different. If there's anything you like, feel free to comment on or subscribe if you are inclined. So here we have again a Montech X3 case. With this is a full ATX motherboard, and it's a Ryzen 9 7900X AMD AM5 socket, DDR5 memory, which is, I had it in the other video. I will show it again here. So you have here DDR5 memory from from Microcenter. So they have a pretty high MSRP. I don't know if that was maybe a year ago, but $269 is not what they were charging regular price. It's sold like separately for $104.99, but I got it part of the bundle. So if you were to average the cost of everything, it's still worth it, because typically 32 gigs of RAM is going to cost you around $100 today, even on DDR4. Well, maybe a little bit less for that, but if you are going to get DDR5 and you're paying regular price, that's $100. And then the motherboard was $200. Well, if you count the sale, it's like $150, and then that's $250, and then the Ryzen 9 was about $312. So I think they still have the sale. I mean, if you're looking for a fast computer and you have, like, you know, $600 or $700, I think it's definitely one of the best deals available. But you know, there will probably be other deals in the future. Just I think it's possible that they kind of lowered the price due to some of the issues they were having with the motherboard before, but I think they already got most of those issues fixed. But just due to the confusion and maybe just through the dissatisfaction, it's possible that they lowered the price a little bit just to make some new buyers or previous buyers a little happier. But you definitely can't really get a better deal than this right now for the price. Well, thanks again for watching. I know I keep delaying, but if there's anything else I missed... Hello, and welcome to part 3 of my installation of a Ryzen 9 7900 on a ASUS B650E-F ASUS STRIX ROG STRIX motherboard. So today is actually day 2 of my 3-part installation. And today I'll be installing the heatsink, the computer, and I will also be flashing the BIOS first. And also was going to cover some of the instruction manual, which has a lot of important tips, especially for new components that I've never used before on a newer motherboard. But interestingly, there are some headers on the motherboard that have either new names or new connectors for, like, USB 3.2 and Type-C, like the one on the right here. So those are new connectors that I've never used, but they're just things that you can't really identify without using the instruction manual. Then I also wanted to cover the plugs that I connected already. I only connected a few because I wanted to make the video with connecting all the pins at the bottom for the power and the indicator lights. And then also I was going to cover the power supply and how it connects, since it is technically like a standard power supply, but the screws did not really connect in the best way on the back. So starting with the 8 pins, as I anticipated, the power supply is kind of reaching all the way at the top of the motherboard. So there isn't a whole lot of slack since it's running all the way from the bottom to the top. When connecting the 8-pin, or the four pins in pairs, the one on the left connects a lot easier. So this one plugged in really well. This one seemed to have a little bit of an issue pushing it in, but I didn't seem to have an issue after I plugged this one in first. So it looked like it was stuck. I thought I had the pins in the wrong orientation, but they all did plug in. I was just a little hesitant to push it in all the way because I thought there was something like dislodged in between. But yeah, there isn't a whole lot of slack up here for extra slack. This is the standard 24 pin over here. So there's a little more, slack on the back, but just for wire management, it's best to have it behind. Secondly, I did take a peek over at the M2 slots before I did the video, just to make sure just to know what I would need to connect. But I didn't unplug the other ones, just the Generation 4 one. Then the power supply. Let me just close this here. So on the back of here, is the power supply, and as you can see, there are actually 4 mounting holes where it is supposed to connect. Oh, I think I thought I already plugged it in, but apparently not, so let me just go ahead and do that again. So as you can see, this one here is one of the mounting holes for the power supply. It's not technically in the one that EVGA designated, but it's one of the honeycomb connectors, so it will help secure it to your power supply, but it is not really one of the designated ones. I think they probably use the honeycombs as sort of like an unofficial backup, but it's better than nothing. One thing you do have to look out for when you are using those honeycombs is to make sure there's no wires behind the where it's actually connecting. For example, right in the center, you can see a little bit of a wire here. It's not right next. Yeah, actually, it is pretty close to the to the side of the case. So that's one place where you wouldn't want to put an actual screw, because it could actually ground short circuit and cause an issue. But anywhere else where you don't see a screw, obviously you want to have it unplugged when you're doing that, but like that even should be off. Not that it's powered in or anything. But so as you can see, there's one of those over there and one over there. Now, this one, I couldn't even fit one of these 2 holes here at the same time. It looks like there could be an extra, mounting hole, but what happens is when you get one aligned on one side, then there's really nothing else you can connect on top, and it's a little bit more balanced to have the top 2 screwed in. And the only one that I was really able to tighten was the one on the right. But on the actual side of the mother case, you can see that the power supply is sitting on like a little base, so it's not like it's just hanging from the top. So it is pretty secure. I mean, it's not ideal. Obviously, it would be nice to have all four screwed in, but there is enough space, just barely, to get the PCI Express. Now, that is a 3.5 inch bay for hard drives. Chances are I'm probably not going to use it on a board like this, but it is nice to have extra storage for PCIe pins, since I'm not using a video card right now. But I can fit like 3 PCI Express cards plus the SATA cables and the Molex, which I still have not connected. I was going to look for it for this video, but I had a lot of other things to cover, and the fans aren't really a priority, since I'm just going to be flashing the BIOS and installing the heatsink on the computer. So I'm not even going to be booting it up for showing the BIOS screen. There is a BIOS on the back that I can use, so I have all that ready. There is, so right in the middle, there's, you can see where the other power supply for the case comes out. So there's just a little bit of space, enough to get the PCI Express modular cables, and fortunately, if it was any smaller, then you would have to take out if there was any larger power supply, you would have to take out the 3.5 bay, which there is actually. If you see that little screw right in the middle, you could actually take that bay out. I wouldn't need a larger power supply than that, though. I can't really imagine other things you'd want to put down there, because you can't really install like a CD drive or anything, but unless you want to like do a drastic modification. And the front of the case looks nice enough, so I don't think there's anything I'd want to change on that, nor the back. As I had mentioned in the previous video, that is the daisy chain of Molex connectors, which can look somewhat hideous, but it doesn't really use a lot of power. I think it maybe only uses 2 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like maybe 12, 15 watts at most. Then, as you can see, that's where the 8-pin power is going all the way around, so not really any slack for that. And then also, yeah, I wanted to probably move that daisy chain maybe somewhere else. It's not like it's causing any. It's not like it's squishing the cables between the door, but it just looks like it could go somewhere else a little bit more tidier, especially with all those other fan wires. That's all about the power supply. Next, I wanted to cover the heat sinks for the solid state drives, the M2 drives, which, if you have not used M2 drives, is going to be quite a bit of a slight learning curve, because if you learned how to build computers with just SATA drives, there's a lot more to learn with heatsinks. Obviously, some of the earlier Gen 2 and Gen 3 PCIe M2 slots don't really use a lot of heat compared to the Gen 4 and Gen 5. So even though I'm a lot more familiar with M2 drives now because I've used the Gen 4, Gen 3. There's still a lot of new things that it takes a while to kind of get a hang of, because these hard drives, not hard drives, but solid state PCIe run a lot faster, which is something that is one of the benefits of having a new hard drive, new motherboard. Obviously, not everyone puts a big priority on, random write speeds and sequential read speeds and write speeds, but if you're gonna, get a computer, it's a small premium to invest in a pretty higher end disk drive compared to a video card, since having a video card is not a huge priority for everyone. But a fast hard drive is something you can use on a day-to-day basis. Oh, I zoomed out there a little bit, wrong direction. So I probably should go into the other LED lights first. I kind of wanted to connect those first, and then, well, I'll go into the manual here. And I do really recommend reading this manual because there's a lot of things that I would have never even guessed. Even if you're just like skimming it and perusing through it. So this is the ASUS B650E-F, and so the first thing when I was looking for like the, where to connect all the HDD lights for the front panel or the top panel, I discovered, and they mention this on a few pages, but it says over here, the M2_3 slot shares bandwidth with the PCIe 4.0/16 slot supporting X4 mode. When the M2_3 slot is operating in PCIe mode, the PCIe 4.0/16 slot will be disabled. So, since I have a PCIe Gen 4 drive, it doesn't make any sense to put it in the 5 drive, even though I could, but I wouldn't really get any benefit from it. And not to say that I'll wear out the Gen 5 drive before I even upgrade to a Gen 5 drive, but since it's under, a return warranty, I suppose I could just test it out just to make sure it's working, not that there's a reason why it wouldn't work. But I could just plug it into the Gen 4 slot. But knowing what the manual says, if I'm going to plug it into a Gen 4 slot, I have to use the middle one, because the middle one is part of the PCI Express lanes that are not going to get disabled when you have, it's not going to disable this one. This is a PCI Gen 4.0/16. I read somewhere that it's running only in like 8 mode, but I think it's maybe 16. It's definitely not Gen 5 16, but it's Gen 4 16 or 8. Either way, it's a full-size slot. So anything you want to put in there won't be working if you plug in an M2 hard drive, M2 NVMe right here. So I have to put it in here, and I'm not going to lose any performance by getting by using this one. And then so that way I could use this one and a video card and an extra, NVMe drive or PCIe peripherals, anything that uses it. because AM5 has 24 lanes of PCIe 5.0. So if you are using 16 lanes for a PCIe card, 5.0 card, you have about 8 lanes of PCIe 5.0, which can be split with that and USB Type C, like 10 gigabits per second. So somehow the chipset will divvy up the bandwidth. So not all of it is going to be used at once. That also goes for the back of the case, which I can return to. I recall seeing it somewhere where the ones on the back are only okay. So alright, so all the ones at the top are, all the blue ones are just regular generation 3.0. The red ones are extra fast. Those are 10 gigabits per second, the ones that say 10 and are red. They might also have faster charging speeds, like for if you're charging a phone or something. And then these are also faster. Actually, this one here is a 20 gigabits, so that's a generation 3.2. And I did already plug that into the header on the motherboard. That was that blue one, I believe. So with the extra one, that's a 10.0, and then these here are regular 2.0, and then these are 3.0. This up here is the BIOS flash that I'm going to be using, the button to begin the flash process after I plug that in. And it does use an LED indicator, so you don't even have to plug it into a monitor to kind of get a display for what action you took on flashing. So it's all like time-based, which is quite practical, because all you really need is a power cable to flash something. You don't have to hook it all up to a monitor and a keyboard and a mouse just to flash the BIOS. So it can be very good if you're servicing a lot of computers and you're just, flashing something. This is for the Wi-Fi. I do have the antenna in the box. I never had a motherboard with a Wi-Fi like coaxial looking screw there, but it probably is going to get you a better reception than a standard USB Wi-Fi, and maybe even a little more secure, so it doesn't fall out or get degraded with the contacts. And then of course there's that BIOS up there, so I have the USB there. This is a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, which is very good. Most new motherboards, more premium motherboards, will start including that. I mean, you can also get a 10 gigabit, but they still use quite a bit of heat on the transfers. So other than that, some of these Type C cables can be, if you're connecting like a Type C monitor, I suppose. I don't really know if it supports that, but that's another thing you could, I guess, use it. I think Thunderbolt uses more display options. And let me just connect this here. So this so one of the things they changed on these new motherboards is the HD audio on the pins. It would be with most cases. It'll usually say HD audio, and for many years I've always seen that. Sometimes it'll say something else like AC3 or like a standard speaker, maybe a case speaker or something, which is probably separate than the sound card. But typically when you have an HD audio header, the motherboards used to say HD audio, but now they say AFP, which on page, which is again why you want to use the manual here. The manual says that the audio is front panel audio header, which matches the same number of pins. It's facing up, so the HD audio faces up here. And it's a little bit short, although it is kind of connected on a little, there is a little bit of a, this thing, you can just pull this out, so it's not really connected to this whole thing, but that's just to kind of keep the wires a little bit more managed. So here is the HD audio. That's a pretty simple one and easy to see. I don't really know if it's probably not the best way to put all the wires. You might want to separate them by removing this twisty tie, but I'm probably going to reconnect the twisty tie for some of the other ones. It's just that this one kind of goes way out of the way. It goes out of its way. Now there's, ooh, this, yeah, I'm kind of splitting the cable here because the way they made it, it's probably better to put it there. Actually, this USB thing, I probably should remove it. I think that's probably part of the reason it's... Okay, so this here, it's just better to put this on top. I don't know if you can see that. So the USB here, I just plug that in. So the HD audio, the other one that I plugged in was a USB header. So the one I have there is just a plain USB 2.0 header. Okay. Okay, that's in. Next, there's actually a really neat diagram in the manual that shows what everything what everything goes on in the bottom here. There's also one called CLR-TC, clear CMOS, which is also at the bottom. That's if you have to reset your CMOS if something is not running. They include a jumper for the CPU overvoltage. I'm assuming you can use that to clear the RTC real-time clock. It says short circuit pin with 1 to 2 with a metal short circuit pin 1-2, which is the 2 pins with a metal object or jumper cap for 5 to 10 seconds. If that doesn't work, you can remove the cell battery, the coin cell battery. Do not short circuit the pins except when clearing the RTC RAM. Yeah, so you don't want to add the pins when it's plugged in, of course. There's our RGB headers. If you have like additional lights or adding LED strips. There's SATA ports, M2, fan and pump header. So if you have a liquid cooler, there's an AIO pump at the top here. That would be number A, which is CPU optional. AIO fan is on the left. I should go a little higher here. So the AIO water cooler pump is up here, and then the CPU fan, which is on my deep cool, is going to plug in right there, which is also 4-pin. G and E chassis fans, if you have them, would go towards all over the board. So they have one on the left. They have the chassis fan pins around the board so that they're closer to where they actually are, so they're not crisscrossing over the board. Nor are they not able to reach if they happen to need to be at the bottom of the case or at the top of the case, and if the pin is all the way at the bottom, then it's not going to reach. The other thing, I'll get to the M2 socket in a minute, but I wanted to plug in all those other LEDs. So number 8 is page 12 is Type 2 Gen Cs. So this is something I never really saw before. It's like a special type of header. It's a little bit more metallic than the other ones that are just plain old pins, but it's got like this little metal, it looks like a USB like connector, like a male connector, but it's not a male plug. You still plug something into it. It's I've never used one of those, so it's, I mean, I already have one at the top. So that is a Type 2, which goes up to 10 gigabytes. The one at the bottom that I plugged in is for 5 gigabits per second, which is still pretty fast. That's like 800 megabytes per second, which is faster than most SATA drives. Not as fast as the NVMe, but okay. USB 2.0 headers, number 10, I already plugged that in. Addressable Gen 2 headers for LED strips. I didn't purchase any of those, but those go down there. Our RGB headers at the top. I think I already mentioned those, but I won't be using that. Front panel audio header, SPFI diff header, at the bottom left. I won't be using that. System panel header. Okay, so page 19 gives you all the where to put all the headers at the bottom. So the only ones you really want to make sure you get correct, which can be a little tricky, are the plus and the minuses for the HDD LEDs and the power LEDs, which are also positive and negative. It looks like the reset switch, the power LED, well, there's one on the top and then there's also one at the bottom. I don't know if that's what, I can't tell the difference here, but if you notice there's one over here, and then there's one over here that's power LED plus and minus. PLED, PLED. Why are there two? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Then it looks like the bottom one is, there's one on the LED for the HD, and then one for the positive. So positive, positive, negative, negative. That's a little confusing, but if you read the paragraph here, it'll say the 2-pin and 3 or 3-pin allow you to connect a system power LED. The system power LED lights up when the system is connected to a power source, or when you turn on the system power, and blinks when the system is in sleep mode. Okay. Storage activity LED. Okay. HDD LED. System warning speaker. Those are on the right. There's some of the old computers all had those pretty standard, but I haven't used one in a while. I don't know if the system has any speakers. Usually you'll see like a little bell connected to the front of the panel, but they don't really have anything on the front of the panel anymore, so yep, there's probably no speaker on this. But there are color LEDs for the post, which is really convenient, because the older ones used to have just like 4 red lights, 4 LEDs, and you would have to count how many red lights there are and whether they're blinking, and then you'd have to refer to the manual to see what that code means. But these are all color coded, which can save you a little bit of time if you can memorize what the colors are for. Chassis intrusion header is a new one I haven't used before, but that can also be like a warning speaker. I guess you need to buy that separately because it's not included. Thermal sensor header, that's at the bottom. Thunderbolt header, that's at the bottom. BIOS flashback. So it'll even have a light on the back when you are doing the BIOS flash. I don't have that view right now because it's facing the front, but there is another light on the motherboard at the very top here. So when you're booting up and let's say you're missing RAM or the CPU, it's going to have those 4 LED lights right there. So the CPU red, if you're having an issue with your CPU, like it's not recognizing it, or it's not running right, or it's not plugged in, it's going to be red. That's probably going to be pretty rare unless you just totally forgot. DRAM yellow, VGA white, boot yellow, green. Probably the more common one you're going to have is yellow green if you don't have an operating system, or yellow if you have not plugged in your RAM correctly or not in all the way. VGA could also be another issue, but I guess that really depends on how well the HDMI and the DisplayPort drivers work, but that's probably also dependent on the video card and if it's plugged in right, I suppose, if you happen to not plug in your PCI Express right. 8-pin tower, so I already covered that. That's page 23. So I got both of those plugged in. It says not to plug in the, well, it'll say that on a later page, but it says you don't have to use the 4-pin, the second set of pins for just a number for the 4-pin, but there's 12 pins total, so basic installation. So here you have how to connect the socket. there's the latch for removing it, and then once the latch is opened and the chip is installed, then the top lid will automatically get pushed out when you close the latch. So there's really nothing you have to do with that. Cooling system, that part, well, the only thing I did so far was just connect the top, the bracket. But it does show you the power supply where that connects. That's near the top. That's the Wraith cooler, like the one I have on the Ryzen. Pretty quiet. That's the one that I already removed. That's for a liquid cooler. This is for the RAM, and obviously if you, well, not so obviously, but if you have only worked with DDR4 RAM, you want to make sure you haven't accidentally gotten DDR4 RAM near your installation table, because you could accidentally try to jam in a DDR4 or DDR3 memory if you happen to get them mixed up. So all RAM generations are not compatible with other generations. Unlike PCI Express, it won't fit at all, and that's intentionally designed that way, just so you don't get them mixed up. But another reason why you should be gentle on it, just in case you're not sure. Or if you're not sure, you still want to be gentle with it, but you probably want to be extra careful. M2 installation. So there's a slightly more detailed process to installing a heatsink. Well, actually, an M2 card, a hard drive, because if you buy a more premium card, a drive, first of all, it's going to include a screw, which is nice. Not all of them do, which I don't think it's necessarily an issue, but it looks like a lot of more motherboard makers now are including like another way to latch it on there. So if the motherboard makers are including it, then the drive makers don't really have to do that. But with my first Gen 3 drive, I got a screw included, which was fine, because maybe the motherboard makers at the time weren't all on the same page on that. Not to say that it is right now, but it just seems like they kind of got that worked out a little bit more now. But there's definitely a lot more heat sinks on this one compared to 0 on my Gen 3, although I did have a 320 board, not like an X370. So the heat sinks on here are going to be because they're faster and they're newer chips. The downside is you kind of have to make a decision, because your M2 manufacturer is going to include their own little heatsink, and then the motherboard's going to include a heatsink. So it's not really clear if you want to use the motherboard maker's heatsink or the one. But when I took a peek over at the M2, I could see that they already included like a sticker that you can remove the tape. So it looks like you could just connect the M2 to that, and you could just use the one that's included with the motherboard. Not to say that you really need all that heat for just like a I wouldn't call it mid-range, but it's not like it's going to need a ton of heat as much as a Gen 5, but definitely want to hold on to it. I could even use this for like my crucial M2 slot, which is just really exposed to the case. It doesn't even have a heatsink, so considering that one never really got hot, never had any issues with it, or I've never really measure the temperature on it. I could check the what the software says, like HW Open Hardware Monitor. If it looks like it's hot, I suppose I could add it to it, but I don't really think I don't think there's really a performance issue there. So this thing here has to be unscrewed to connect the M2. And then, like, this is one of those things where, like, it's completely a new process. If you just have a SATA drive or an HDD, like, this is a lot of new stuff you kind of have to read, because it's just a small little thermal pad, and you have to determine if your drive is single-sided or double-sided, and I don't technically know what that means, because apparently double-sided could be anything, whether it has like memory chips, like these little black things. Like, it looks like there's memory on this side too, so I guess that's just one of those things where it's just really open up to interpretation. But if they could explain what it actually means, what is double-sided and what's single-sided. I mean, there are some RAM chips that I think I know what they're talking about. Like, if you look at some RAM chips, you'll just see a whole green PCB on one side, and then you'll see like all these like black little chips on the other. So it's possible that this is double-sided because it's got, chips on both sides. So just to play it safe, then you might want to, use the thermal rubber pad. So in the box, they have these little bags at the bottom. They're really small, like, you don't want to miss them, but like, it says if you have a single-sided M2 storage device, use this rubber pad, I guess, like underneath it, in between here. There's like a little rubber pad here, and that's gonna keep, like, install the bundled M2 if you're installing a single-sided M2 storage. Do not install the bundled M2 when installing a double-sided M2 storage device. Rubber pad installed by default is compatible with Oh, okay. The rubber pad installed by default is compatible with double-sided M2 storage devices. Rotate and adjust the M2Q2 latch so that the handle points away from the M2 slot. Okay. So I'm just going to take a guess and assume that I'm not going to need this, because it looks like my chip is a little more, I'm not going to say it's higher end, but I'm going to say it's higher end because it's got a lot of memory on both sides. Now it has all these other instructions on how to remove the plastic film from the thermal pad on the bottom of the heatsink. There's also like tape on the top of it, which you should remove. Like, there's tape over here. Well, that's actually for another heatsink, but there might even be tape on this. I don't know. No, not there. But I'm gonna just go ahead and remove the heatsink, and I'll get to, well, that stuff out. Most of that's already been done, but let me go ahead and remove this heatsink. Oh yeah, I have to connect those reset switches. Well, let's just go ahead and do this first. Now, since I'm going to be flashing the BIOS, I might want to go ahead and remove the hard drive just in case there's an issue with anything. I don't think it would be causing any voltage issue, like, not that it would just overclock it and run above 1.3 volts or anything like that, but I'm just assuming that if the BIOS should be updated, I might as well wait before installing anything. Even though it's more unlikely, I just don't want to take the chance. But I will just plug it in just to show that it can, where it'll go and everything. So this is the thermal pad that they were talking about, and then they said that it's all ready to go. Now, as you can see here, maybe I should zoom in a little bit more. I only have about 45 minutes, so hopefully I'll be able to get this flashing done real quick, and then I'll install the heatsink for the CPU. But oh, actually I'm running out of data, so I will have to make another video. I should have removed the other file first. So let me check. Hello, welcome to part 2 of 3. The second part of part 3. So I only paused it for like a couple minutes just to delete the other file on my 128 gigabyte memory card, just so I could continue recording. My battery is still like over 60%, so I still have about maybe 40 minutes of recording, but I only had like 2 minutes of storage, so now I have an hour and 30 minutes, but the battery's not going to last that long. Anyways, I was just pointing over to the M2 slot that I was about to install. Now the M2, of course, is not it only connects one way, because as you can see, the pin at the bottom only fits at the bottom, so that's the only way that it'll connect. And then this thing here can be unscrewed without a tool. So I believe it said counterclockwise. Let me just double check here. So to unscrew it, it says rotate that clockwise. Just try that again here. Okay, it didn't really seem to go on very well. It does feel a little bit loose, but the thing is these heat sinks here are designed to to screw onto them. So even though it's a little loose, I think I kind of fastened it a little bit, because you just kind of rotate it a little bit, and then yeah, like if you look at part D here, so part D is that little latch facing up, and that's what I have over here. Obviously it'll be a little bit tighter when the heatsink is reconnected, and I already may have gotten this upside down here, but just based on the other one, I guess it kind of goes this way here. So that goes in there. And that goes there. And also, of course, the heatsink strip has to be removed here, so you actually have to remove that first. Since I'm going to flash the BIOS, I'm not going to do that right now, but you can just remove this little tape here and then attach it to the M2. Now this is kind of longer than the other one, so I'm not really sure if I really want to use that or not. I kind of want to use the other heatsink. This kind of looks like a, I don't know. Looks kind of like a crowbar. That's a joke. But if you have like a very light one. Okay, so this here, I don't think it, that's the thing I'm not really sure about. Like, if you have the heatsink, why is it really long, and would it be better to shorten it? But it's going to spread out all that heat on this little tape here, this thermal pad. So it's probably not a huge deal. It's not like a top of the line solid state where it's going to be running at a super fast speed. So it's probably going to be okay if you just use this strip. But knowing that the manufacturer might have something that may be recommended a little bit better, and then the motherboard, you know, sometimes it's better to get a better idea of what's more performant compared to what the motherboard has. But again, as long as it's on the actual heatsink and it's reaching the thermal pad, then that should be fine. But this heatsink definitely looks good for handling. It's just that you want to make sure it's actually reaching the drive. So I will just leave that disconnected for now. I will also remove the drive just to be on the safe side. It does look pretty, I mean, it does look somewhat fastened, but if you were to just, you know, if the thing were to just fall out or if you were just sliding the case across the floor in a very haphazard way, then this thing could just kind of bounce, and then that thing can just fall out like that. So it's not the really ideal. It would just be nice if you kind of had a screw, but then some people are clumsy, and if you just look right there's a power supply. So it could easily fall into it, and that's probably one of the reasons why you don't really want to use one. But if you are going to use it, you may as well. Actually, now that I think about it, oh, okay. So that's actually a little more, that makes a little more sense. But it's not super, it doesn't really click in very strongly. So it's just kind of like, it just slides very easily. But if you put it on like a carpet or something, it's not going to well, you don't want to put it on a carpet, but just somewhere where it's not going to bounce on the floor. It really shouldn't be bouncing on the floor, but that's that. So the heatsink is going to keep it fastened, even if it's not actually cooling it. It's just naturally going to get passively cooled, which for a budget basic drive, that's really odd. So you're more concerned by keeping it fastened with this thing. So that's really the second reason why you want that heatsink. That's probably explained in more words than were needed or could have been, but I will return to this LED HDD thing. Have to complete that first. System panel header. Okay. So now this is pretty straightforward, but if I discover anything that's new compared to other boards that I've worked on, I mean, observation can be useful, I guess, or informative, instructive. PLED, power switch, power button, soft off power header, 3-to-1. Just trying to make sure I have all of them. There don't seem to be many here. Power switch, power LED, reset switch. These can be confusing on many boards because they don't always HDD LED. So the one on the bottom is the minus and the one on the top is the positive. So that one I think I've gotten figured out. The one on the left is positive, which means that this HDD LED faces down. Okay, so starting with the HDD LED, I got that one taken care of. Then the third one is a reset switch. But the reset switch does not indicate which one is positive or negative. It just says ground, RSTCon, and NC. The 2-pin header, ground, I'm guessing it's just like the other one, which was facing down the label. I'm just going to copy that. The power switch, the power LED, the other one was the HDD LED. The power LED is also positive and negative. And if you look at the manual, it's going to show power LED. So if you notice here, you see one here for the positive, and then you see a gap, kind of like the reset, and then there's a power LED minus. But it's only a 2-pin header for the power LED, system power LED. Okay, well it's 2-pin and or 3-pin. So in this case, you're just using the positive and the minus, and the positive is on the left, and that's also facing down. Positive on the left, then you skip one because it's only a 2-pin. So you got to make sure the power LED is facing down, just to make the wires less twisted. Not that I don't think you really have to. It's not like gonna break anything typically, but it's just nice to have it all facing down. So you got the power LED minus, and that's plugged in there. Now, sometimes when I put a system together, like in haste, the only things that I'll just plug in is just the power button and maybe the reset switch. But technically you don't need to use the HDD LED. Well, I guess I'll plug in the power LED, but if you're in a hurry and you're just building a system and you're just testing something, you don't have to plug all these things in. But if you're going to spend the time on it, it's nice to... I didn't show that bit, the part where I was actually plugging it in, but I got all that in. Let's get a little bit covered over here, but... So that's what I have there. Okay. Now power switch, which is really the most important one. Power switch is at the top, and it doesn't say which one's the power, but I'm gonna go with power button and ground, power LED. Wait a minute. Power LED, power button. Maybe I am missing one on the back. Probably. Power switch, ground, power switch. 3 to 1 pin header. Well, the one on the right is empty, so I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that the third and the fourth from the left are for the power switch, but I'm not sure if these actually face down like the bottom row. I can always correct it. Well, one of the things on this is you're not going to notice like a major error if you have it in wrong. It might not even beep because it doesn't have a sound. It doesn't have a speaker, but you might have to flip one of them if you find out that it's not working or lighting up. I'm going to have to look for that power LED, because usually that's included. Okay, I don't see any cable here. Don't see anything missing. It would be kind of odd if it was just power LED. I think I had another one that I was using, so there's two actually. There's one on the left and one on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this one over. Okay, that doesn't make sense. To and positive and negative. Yeah, I'm going to just remove this one here on the right because that's for the 3-pin, and even though it might work, they just look a little bit better when they're all next to each other. So the positive is on the left, and the minus, just make sure they're both facing down, just for, or just to make it look neat. So there's two, and I think when you have the option, it looks more neat when you have them there. Now I don't even know if I plugged it in all the way. It looks like it's plugged in. It just actually, that is interesting. Oh wait, never mind. That was, I thought it was Let me check now. Just part of it, the pin looks, it looks like from, if you're looking at it from a distance, it looks like it's not plugged in all the way, but that's not actually where the end of it is. Okay, so I got all those. I got my, that's for the PCIe. That's an 8-pin and an extra 6-pin. I'm not going to need that for a while. This here, just if you wanted to have a little bit more wire manage, you can kind of tuck it in there, but not a big deal. This is an older type. It's still hard to reach, but if you just push on it, it's just a little nicer to hear it click at least. So some of them don't really make any noise, so you don't really know if it's open or not. Okay, there's some tape over here which can be removed. This is just tape, and then this also lights up an LED, which the tape can be removed. That's all I need for now. Just go through the manual real quick. Okay, so yeah, going to the flash next. BIOS flashback, Vanderbilt header, system panel header, X flashback, QLED. So front I/O here. This is for the ATX power. Just saying to use the 8-pin first. Always the 8-pin, and not to use just 4. It says the motherboard may overheat under heavy usage, which is including most likely near the higher limit. So they're not specifying any temperature, setting that you could use it, which means that at any setting, including 65 watt, is not gonna be able to handle. So SATA, if you have one, you can use it. Front I/O for the USB, I already got that plugged in. Expansion card, PCIe 1.4 Thunderbolt, don't have that. PCIe, that's the one over here. The one I mentioned the other day, yesterday. And then moving antenna, and then now on the BIOS flash here. So this part I already completed on another computer. And then you just plug it in here, and then you press that button. So it gives you all the instructions on what to do and what to look for to see if it actually worked. So after, okay, so you install the USB, make sure it's, well, you want to plug it in, you want to plug the power in once you're ready. Insert a USB. Shut down your computer. They're talking about another computer. They're not talking about this one, because you would need to have another computer to do that. Press the BIOS flashback for 3 seconds until the BIOS flashback LED, which is right here at the bottom, until it's enabled. So it says wait until the light goes out, indicating the BIOS is completed. So we're going to look for 3 flashes and then the light to go out. It says don't unplug it while the BIOS is updating, because then it'll interrupt it and then it might corrupt the BIOS, and there is a way to recover it, but that just takes longer and you have to remove the battery potentially, the coin cell battery. Then it says if the light flashes for 5 seconds and turns into a solid light, this means that the BIOS flashback is not operating properly. This may be caused by improper installation of the USB storage device and file name file format error. If this happens, restart the system to turn off light. So you have to repeat it and maybe even reflash the USB if something's not working. Updating the BIOS may have risks. If BIOS is damaged during the process, results of system failure, boot up, please contact your local ASUS service center. So, a couple of months ago, there was an issue with the AMD 7800X3 3D, or some of the other chips. So they updated all the BIOSes for all the boards, X670, B650s. So I'm just gonna assume that it has to be flashed. Maybe it was already flashed, but I'm gonna just go ahead and flash it anyway. So now I don't have a drive in there. I don't have any RAM. I don't have a computer in there. But according to this new type of motherboard, you don't need any of that to flash it, because all that memory, I think it's got like a 256 megabyte storage, so it's got plenty of room. So all I have to do is plug in this this power cord, and then I have to plug in the USB, and then I have to push the power button on the top. So this fan is not going to run because I don't have the Molex connectors, but it's not going to heat up really quickly because there's no CPU in there. Could it actually cause something to get hot if I leave it on long enough? Yes, but I'm only going to be doing this for like 30 seconds. So, and plus the case is open. I mean, the side of it is completely open, so there's plenty of airflow. And then you'll also be able to see this will be spinning, the fan will be spinning, so I'll feel a little bit of wind, and there'll also be a light on. So this is going to be a useful tool if you're flashing your BIOS and you kind of want to know what to do and how to do it. I've never done this before on this or any other motherboard because I haven't used these types of flash buttons, external flash buttons. Okay, so going back to page 19. So this one you want to be a little careful because you are plugging it in, so don't want to accidentally get shocked. So you have here, you're just plugging it in. Now that little light, that little line is for the manual power. So just plugging this, just turning this switch isn't going to turn it on, but it's just sort of like a safety thing if you aren't planning on using it for a while. But it's not going to turn the thing on yet. That being said, there could be some lights inside the case that could turn on. I don't see any right now. But if I push the power button, I suppose I could get a light for the power LED. Now I'm probably going to get a bunch of lights on the post, but I just want to focus on this over here, which is really what most people are going to be looking for when they're looking to see what to expect. But just based on the manual, it's pretty straightforward. So it says that it's going to try to flash 3 times. Press the BIOS flashback button for 3 seconds. So let me go ahead and plug in this. Insert a USB. Well, technically... Oh, okay, well, the manual doesn't assume that you're doing this before you even, like as if there was a major issue with the driver. So technically it's assuming that there was nothing wrong with your chipset, and it was assuming that you were just updating it for a special reason, as after you already had installed Windows on this system. But since it's a special case where I didn't actually use it, they say to insert the USB drive, but I already did that part to flash it on another drive. But that's why there's no instruction to say now install it after you have flashed it. So with this thing here, this little light is, it's not going to flash it immediately when you power it on. So when you power the computer on, then I have to push this for 3 seconds and look for 3 lights to blink. And then it says wait until the light goes out, indicating the BIOS is completed. Now if it flashes for 5 seconds and turns into a solid light, it means it's not upping properly. So I'm not going to have time to press the power button and then look at the power button and check the light. I'm only going to just look for the power button with my hand and press it, but not actually look at it when I press it, just so I have my eye on the back of the... So the power button's all the way in the back there. Okay, so my hand is on the power button, and I'm not looking at the power button because I have already located it, and I'm only looking right here. Now it looks like right here is where the LED is. It's pretty straightforward, but I don't expect it to just flash once and disappear, but I just want to be sure that I'm not missing anything when I power it on. Plus, I kind of want to look out for other things. I just don't want to be distracted by other lights. So that's one of the good reasons why I don't have the fans plugged in, because I might look for another light. Okay, going to push it in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I don't know if anything is... Am I getting any power here? Okay, there is power on the motherboard because the lights on the ASUS Armory thing, that it's glowing. I don't see any post messages, which is a little unusual because I kind of expected one since I don't have any CPU in or RAM. But maybe it just assumes that because I don't have anything that it's not even going to bother. But I was sort of hoping there would be some post lights, or it's just so dark in here that maybe I should turn these lights off to see. I still don't see any post lights, but that's okay. I'm not too concerned about that right now, since it's not really representative of a typical boot up. So now that I have this this flash in, I'm according to it. It's pretty straightforward, but you know, I second guess myself here. Press the BIOS for 3 seconds until the LED blinks 3 times, indicating the flashback is enabled. Wait until the light goes out, and indicating the BIOS is. So it's either going to be flashing and then turning off, which is successful, or it's going to go solid. It's only 2 possible outcomes. Technically, it could just keep on blinking, but it doesn't say that would happen. So I know I kind of explained this way too long, but I just want to be extra safe because I don't want to have to repeat this. So I'm only going to press it for 3 seconds, and I'm going to expect that the light is going to start flashing, although it kind of implies that you have to wait until it starts flashing. So that's that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now it's flashing. Flash 3 times. And it's a solid light, which is not good. Okay. It says wait until the light goes out. That's kind of odd because it says press the BIOS flashback button for 3 seconds until the flashback blinks 3 times, indicating the BIOS flashback is enabled. Wait until the light goes out, indicating the BIOS process is complete. I'm not sure what happened there. I could just restart it just to be on the safe side. It doesn't mean it'll fix it, but I tried pressing the reset button, but okay, so even pressing the power button didn't seem to turn the BIOS thing off. So I'm going to try that thing again. That is kind of odd. Okay, so I pressed it for 3 seconds, now it's flashing, and now it's solid again. But I wasn't able to power the system down, even by holding it for 10 seconds. Well, it is possible that I just flashed it wrong, and maybe it just didn't find the file, or maybe I had too many files on there. That's kind of a disappointment. I'm going to just use this other switch here, because that power switch, it was able to turn the thing on, but it wasn't able to turn it off, at least for what I thought it would be doing. So finally the light turned off, but I'm going to go ahead and turn this thing back on, and it did not turn the other BIOS light back on, so that's good. But it is possible that this SD card could have just not been really recognized. Sometimes that happens, so it might not be that I flashed it wrong. It just could be that it wasn't recognizing the USB. Sometimes it's better to have an actual USB rather than an adapter, because it might not have the support to recognize it through that adapter. But that is, I'm hoping that's not the case, but in any case I can use another USB drive. So I'm going to go ahead and push the power button again. Now that did turn on the the fan on the PSU. Now the thing with this thing is it doesn't have any power to power on the LED on the USB. So when this is actually running, it's kind of reading from it, and there's a little light there. So the fact that the light's not on there could mean that it's not even reading from the USB because there's not enough power to it. So that is a concern. Now if I hold it for 3 seconds, it's going to start blinking again. But it's not reading. So I'm thinking I'm just going to use another USB drive. It could just be that it's not reading this thing right. It's just kind of weird. I'm pretty sure it didn't flash, so and the battery is low. Hello, I am back. So I am just temporarily making a short video because I was able to plug in a different USB with a different USB SD card, and it seems to have been fixing the issue. So it's flashing a little faster now. This is considered slow blinking according to the manual. I thought it was going to be like glowing, dimming and on and off, but it'll go from fast to slow. So it's not solid, which means it's actually updating. They say it can take 8 minutes or so. When I started recording it, had only been flashing for about a minute or less, so I was charging my camera, which was low on battery, but this video is probably gonna run out soon. Yeah, this is just gonna be a clip for a longer video, so there's just gonna be a cut for the longer video. So the light's supposed to just turn off, and you know, I can tell that it's reading from this drive because it's blinking blue. You can't really tell so much with this light here, but if I turn it off, you might be able to see that it's reading. So it's if you see that little blue light on the USB adapter, that means activity. So of course every USB drive is different, but if you know what to look for on your drive, you can tell if there's activity or not. So there is low battery on this. I'm hoping it'll last long enough for that light to go out, but I did reflash it. It says to use FAT32 for your drive. The other one could have been NTFS, so it's possible that's why it didn't flash. It also, you know, may not have been running as well, but I formatted everything on this one just to be sure that it would be loading here. And I just made sure it's the B650E-F .cap. So I ran the renamer just to ensure that it would update to BIOS version 1616, and I just copied that over to the okay, well, it looks like it is off now. And then at this point you're supposed to go into the BIOS, but there's nothing plugged in here. So it's pretty safe to say that the only thing I really can do is just unplug it or power it off. I'm going to go ahead and just try the power button first. If that doesn't work, I'll just shut it off using the other switch. Well, I'm going to assume that light isn't still blinking, but yeah, I don't see it. Okay, so holding the power button for almost 10 seconds doesn't seem to turn the LEDs on the motherboard. So that's different than other computers I've used now. If I push this LED button, that's only for the fans. There really aren't any other. If I reset it, I'm not really sure if that's going to do anything. I was hoping that this would power it off, but I guess not. That's a little odd. 20 seconds, maybe? Yeah, usually most motherboards let you power it off if you hold it down for 10 seconds. I can look into that later, but I'm going to just end this video because I have to recharge this for longer. Hello, and welcome back to part 4 of part 3 of day 2. So, I was just intending to make one video for today for the last part of the installation, but I ran into a couple issues with flashing the BIOS and running out of data on the flash drive for the for the camera. But I did learn some things on the flashing. So in the last video I mentioned that the drive might not have been formatted to FAT32. That probably was one thing. The other thing was I originally downloaded the wrong BIOS. I didn't actually end up formatting it for this one, but when I first tested it I had used an unformatted drive, which could have also been using like NTFS, but or X2 or something, or maybe just the one that the camera uses to format. And I did put it in the root drive, but I used the ASUS 650E, oh no, the A version, and then I unzipped it, and then I renamed it, and then I copied and pasted it into the root folder. And then I realized it was the wrong file, so I had just deleted it and then just copied the 650E-F cap file without formatting it. So it's possible that it wasn't the drive type, like it could have been using FAT32, but it just might have had the old data that wasn't fully overwritten, and maybe the BIOS got them mixed up because it wasn't a thorough format where everything was written over. Not a big detail, but that could be something that you might notice even if you have like recently formatted it, but then you ended up just removing it, or just maybe adding the same file over, but you had not renamed it or something, and it might just read two files even though you only have one on there. So you definitely want to format it if you have an extra drive, just to be on the safe side. It'll just save you a little time. Not to say that it wouldn't necessarily mess up your BIOS, so that you would have to do some more drastic recovery options, but it can definitely be good to be prepared. Sometimes you can never be too prepared, but then the second thing was the heatsink. I did want to wait on that earlier, but then I realized that there wasn't really anything to test with posting it now that I flashed the BIOS. So while the camera was charging, I didn't even wait till it was fully charged, but I'm hoping that I'll finish it in 46 minutes, but which is really how long the storage is for now. I don't typically try to boot a motherboard without the CPU connected, but I just tried to test that while I was waiting for the camera to charge. There aren't any lights to turn on on this motherboard except for these over here. So this is the only thing that'll turn on if you try plugging in a power cable. And I had actually checked that, and earlier I determined it wasn't plugged in before the BIOS, but that wasn't an issue. But this 4-pin, I actually noticed it wasn't fully pushed in. So the 20-pin was pushed in all the way, but the 4-pin was not, which could have been the reason why nothing was powering on. The fans I wouldn't have expected to, because again I don't have those Molex connectors. But I was sort of thinking that there might even be like a little post light for the CPU and everything, but some motherboards don't really power anything on if you don't have a CPU. So I'm thinking that the bare minimum is you probably have to have a CPU on for any other lights to turn on. I'm not gonna try and test that too much. I usually don't typically do those kinds of tests because it's not like something I'm gonna run into every time. I'm just gonna go ahead and just install the heatsink and the CPU and I already did install the drive, but I haven't installed the drive's heatsink yet. But that's the only thing I did a little differently than other motherboard installs and other ones that I've done, except for maybe the first one. I think I installed the entire, I think I built the entire computer in less than a day, but again I wasn't recording it and I wasn't spending all this extra time learning about all the other new features that I hadn't really seen before. But with an older board, you might be more familiar with it, so there wasn't anything particularly new. I think with the first board that I showed you yesterday, this one over here, it the only thing that was new was just installing the computer with the heatsink, but everything else I had already done. But with something like this, there's a lot of specifics about the heatsink that, even though it's not likely to cause a major issue if I install it incorrectly a little bit, like it's not really reaching the heatsink, it's still nice to just get all the facts right. Like, for example, reading the manual is going to be helpful for having that PCI Express slot not disabled, and making sure you're plugging it into one that won't cause the fourth PCI, the PCI 4.0 to get disabled at the bottom. So again, those were already mentioned, so I'm gonna just go ahead and move on to the next part here. So as I showed you earlier, this is the heatsink tape, and you just have to remove it to get the sticker, which I would think is what I'm going to be expecting. It does say remove. Okay. Now again, depending on the motherboard you have, it might look a little different, but so that is a 1 terabyte drive, and I'm going to base it on how the other ones look. So that one has this part kind of facing the other M2 is facing kind of downwards, so or it's kind of like an arrow pointing left, so I'm just going to go ahead with that now. I'm not 100% sure it's touching it, but when I screw it in, I can be pretty sure that it's going to be touching the heatsink. Of course, you want to make sure it's even and all, so that screw went in pretty easily. This one here, I have to just make sure that it's not uneven. Like, just based on what I can see here, it looks like this heatsink is a little slanted already, but that could just be because it's... See, I felt like the heatsink kind of got unglued from it. And not to say that it would be bad, but I just don't want to get this thing off. Okay, I think I aligned it a little bit better, so I felt it kind of fall into a groove. So I'm just going to screw that in there, and that's probably going to be enough to get the heatsink more touching down to the thermal pad, or vice versa. But now I'm starting to wonder, well, if there was that other thing, why not just connect that to the why not connect it directly? But now this thing doesn't even, I don't even know if it's touching the heatsink. I mean, this thing doesn't even, yeah, this thing doesn't even seem to be. I kind of want to connect this heatsink just because, like, that way you can kind of sandwich it in there. Or worst case scenario, like, it's at least touching this thing, so it's got something to radiate upwards and not just kind of, plus it's closer to the actual thing. Now with this, I don't know if I should remove this or not, but it looks like it might fit a little more snug if I tape this, or just in case. Oh, I had that up. See these those little half circles there, they align there, so that's why you wanna. So that's pretty straightforward and pretty clear. So I kind of like this one anyway. I don't know if you really need that other heatsink. I mean, it's definitely going to be beneficial, but if it's not really touching that big thermal pad, and it's not really going to do much. I mean, you can even almost cut that thermal pad in half, and it's probably going to radiate just as much. I mean, it might spread a little bit wider just because it's a single thermal pad, but it's not really clear how much more it's gonna go. So, like some of the videos I've seen on YouTube where they'll put another plate on top of it, so it's kind of sandwiched in there, and that's kind of what I can see. But at least with this one, there's a better chance that it's actually touching the larger top heatsink. So that's kind of why I wanted to plug it in, and I'm a little more familiar with. I mean, my M2 doesn't even have any heatsink, and it's worked fine. But with this, I would expect it to kind of need a slightly more powerful or more capable heatsink. Capacity of heat retention, dissipation, what have you. But yeah, I mean, it's not really, I just want to make sure everything is aligned. It's not a really large latch, that's the thing. It would be kind of nice if it was just a little bit more clear, that you could see that it's like, just so, oh yeah, maybe this thing had to be, I don't know there. Okay, so I'm gonna put this thing here. Okay, so that is one. And is there another one here? If I can can get it aligned. Okay, I think I've made an ice cream sandwich, because the sandwich is the thermal pad, but I don't think I have. Okay, this one is on, but this one down here is a little odd here. Okay, I just felt the groove in there. So it looks like it's on there, but the problem is now I might have, or not. Maybe I pushed down on it too much. I heard that some of those thermal pads can get a little bit too pushed down, so hopefully I didn't ruin anything there. It's definitely a little wanky. I don't think it's really a good idea to put two. Well, I think it actually might work. Some of the heatsink is kind of sticking out at the bottom there, which could be, not to say it's going to be a huge amount, but I don't really want the heatsink to be bending down. I mean, the drive itself too to be bending, so that might not be a good thing. Double-sided. That's kind of a tough one. It doesn't look like it's bent, but it just looks, I can get a better view here, but there's my other piece here. Oh no, the hinge fell. Well, that's not as bad as I thought. It's not broken, but it just kind of slided above just the angle. It's not a typical angle you can probably push something on, but at least you kind of know what to avoid if you're just pushing it on an angle, because you don't want to. Now it's kind of loose, so I want to be a little more careful. I could probably put some other glue on there, but this could be good for, I kind of have a better view just using this camera than looking at it myself, because I can kind of do a post-op examination here. I mean, I can't really tell if it's like uneven or not, but it doesn't look too uneven. It just could be the angle. I don't know, that heatsink, it could be a little short in reaching the heatsink if it's not connected, but then it could be too thick if it's if it is connected. So it could be that there's a certain width that you need, most likely. This could be the better of the two options. as long as it's not getting too much tension on it where it's causing the actual slot to get damaged. But it kind of puts me in an awkward position now, because if I want to remove it just to kind of look at it, it could mess up the heatsink contacts. Not like you have to apply new thermal paste, but I think I better just take a look at it real quick before I try to plug it in and all, just because this could even help reduce a little of the pressure with it while also keeping it well secured to it. But at the same time, it's not really ideal. So now it's a little more it's a more flat, but at the same time, it's not easy to pull out because it's like a sticker. So now I don't really know what I want to do with something like that. I mean, as long as it's actually, I mean, it is connected to the heatsink, so that's a fact. The one that was included with the ADATA, but how much it's really pressing down on the second heatsink, and how much is really connecting between that is a more difficult question. But just seeing how it is now, I mean, there's not a whole lot of vibration with a tower like this, so it's not like it's, you know, in a car or something where it's bouncing about. So just tightening it a little bit should be enough to, you know, keep it in place. It's not gonna start getting loose just because it's just a tad too low. But what I can see though is that you just loosening it a little bit takes some of that bend away, because I tightened it a little bit too much and I didn't really like the way it was bending at the bottom and in the center here, because I can't really get a good view of the M2 slot where it's actually pressing there, because could be putting too much pressure on it. Now, of course, I do have two others, so I'm not too concerned about it, but I still don't really want to waste an M2 slot just because I have three. But it's still not a really ideal situation. I mean, you can even see the thermal pad kind of, you know, getting squeezed out like a marshmallow s'more in a graham cracker or something. So I'm just going to leave it like that. I mean, it's pretty secure. Yeah, I just wanted this part here, as you can see there, to be a little bit more parallel with the board. Again, I could tighten it more, but just because the heatsink that came with the XPG, the ADATA, was a little thick. Actually, I wouldn't say it was thick, but it wasn't thin. I mean, not to say that it can't be thinner, but it's a premium, you know, Gen 4, which is still, even though it's not like the latest and the greatest, it's still a good, you know, rated drive. So not their fault, it's just not every motherboard is really designed. So the motherboard was kind of overcompensating, and so was ADATA. So okay, so again, like, it's, you know, that's kind of sticking out there, but that's just because there's another heatsink there. So I would tighten it a little bit more, but I don't want to get too much into that. Okay, now I can do the RAM you know, it only takes 2 seconds for that, but I only have 27 minutes left on this data, so I'm going to have to get this done pretty quickly. I'm hoping to complete this part 3 today. So I don't know what the best view is here, but everything looks pretty clear. Okay, so first thing I gotta do is put the computer chip on. Okay. So with the BIOS flash, I don't have to worry about it running too hot or anything. And yeah, with the 7900, I guess they consider it sort of like an enthusiast line in some ways, depending on if you're overclocking it. So they decided, unlike with the old Phenoms where you could get a stock cooler, I mean, if you're using 125 watt, the stock cooler isn't really going to be used for, so you're kind of just wasting it if they're just shipping it out with everything. So I can see why they wouldn't want to include a stock cooler. It also means like it's more for the more experienced person who has to go out and actually choose a heatsink, which isn't the first time I bought one for a CPU, but it kind of forces you to either get like an entry-level one with a stock cooler that AMD chooses for you, which is the Wraith cooler. Here, that's one of them. At 65 watts, which is pretty easy to use, so you can't go wrong. Now, I probably should not take this out yet, but not that there's any pins on it, but yeah, those Wraith coolers are pretty simple. But at least with this one, you kind of have to learn the limits of fan speeds. One thing I know is that 125 watt or 105 watt CPU is going to need all 2000 RPM at the very least. So the one I got is kind of like a lighter air-cooled one. There's definitely more powerful ones. I just wanted to see how this one works. It's definitely bigger compared to my other ones, so you know, as you can see, it's all here, but it is at the very minimum, you know, you have to get at least 2000 RPM. They actually have other coolers that have like 3000 RPM. It's just that they run really loud, and especially if they're small fans, they look kind of awkward if they're running that all the time. So if it's a larger one, it's good that it's 2000 RPM. They have other lighter coolers that only go up to like 1600 RPM or 1650, and those I clearly could not buy for something like this. If it was 65 watt maybe, but I had to get at least 2000 RPM, so that part has been yeah, I already decided on that part. But everything else is still up in the air. Okay, so I did see a couple of videos how to do this. That is one thing I kind of missed out on. I should not have I probably could have taken this thing out because I ended up, this little latch here, I don't have to remove this thing, but what happened was it's a little hard to access now because I put that bracket on there, but it shouldn't be too hard. I just don't want to break it now. There's not a whole lot of, there we go. Okay, so that's that. Now this is the part where you want to be careful because I have never really installed a LGA before, but the pins are on the socket on the motherboard, so you have to be really careful here. I almost need another flashlight here. Okay. Okay, so where are we at? 21 minutes. Okay. So actually, that can be an issue. I should take that thing out, but very careful. Okay, so the pins are so small you can barely see them, and it's kind of like an illusion. So you can't really see the pins and how small they are. But I know that the little triangle in the corner, on this video it's in the top right. Like all other chips, they face in only one corner. So I just have to do it very slowly, and okay, it's such a fine thing. Okay, everything on the actual thing looks fine. So I have located that triangle, which is right over here. And you know, this could be something better done without recording it, but I've installed these before. I mean, I guess I have enough confidence in my experience that I'm willing to risk making a mistake, but for educational purposes, hopefully others can learn. Of course, there's many other videos that show you how to do it, but well, you get a better weight distribution if you hold it right in the center and holding it on the sides. But even with that, I still, yeah, you really want to hold it right in the center on the sides because it's so much easier to control the lowering of it, because if you do it slow enough, it's just basically going to seamlessly drop into it without any major yeah, you just want to do it as slowly and smoothly as possible. I didn't feel any pin, you know, pushing against it because I didn't have it on an angle at all. So that's something you really want to take your time on. the center of gravity, of course, is right in the center. So even if you hold it just like a quarter to the side, you're gonna, since you're holding it so slowly, you're gonna start to feel it sag, because it is kind of a heavy chip. It's not like, you know, it's not like a cheap lighter chip. I'm not saying there's cheap chips, but like there's other chips that are just a little flatter and narrower. Even with the pins on them, they still feel a little lighter. So with this one, just hold it right in the middle, like as middle as possible, because you're gonna feel that as you're lowering it, it's gonna wobble in a very slow way. So it looks like everything is nice and snug. I don't see any issue there. And then with this, all you really gotta do is do that. And I hope I got that part right, because that's a little tricky. Is it supposed to go above the thing, or is it supposed to go... Logic would say that it has to go on top so that I can snap it in. But I'm still hesitant. On every step, I'm double guessing everything. It's like, well, why wouldn't you want to put it underneath that little thing? Plus, this thing here is still supposed to be like that. It just, because that bracket is on top of it, that's the only reason it didn't stay there. So now that I am done with that, it would normally go on top of that. And even though it's not really on it very much, I want to do this kind of smoothly, just in case I push on it too hard and somehow the socket, the chip falls up and then in a different direction. Then you would be crushing a whole bunch of pins and totally ruining your chances with it working. So I'm only gonna lift it one more time just because I want to make sure that it's all good. Okay, so that's fine. And then of course that black part is gonna, okay, one more time. Okay. Yeah, that black part is gonna pop out once this is. But I want to make sure it's all smooth and in one consistent motion, just so there's no abrupt pop-outs. I don't like the sound of that. I thought that was supposed to happen at the end, not when I have it halfway down. I'm hoping I'm not... Okay, what just happened? Did I miss something? Okay, I'm just gonna assume that it pops out pretty early. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't like that sound. Everything looks fine, but is it fine? Why am I hearing that creaking sound? Okay, that's fine. That's not the problem. But I have to get it under that thingy, which is why you shouldn't install this little bracket until after you have put the chip in. But I can wiggle my way in and out of lots of situations, so I was able to install it even with the bracket on. I'm probably not the first person to have done it, but I'll gladly take that honor. Now the easy part, well, I still have to put the thermal paste on, so I better do that in this video, because it's not really installing it until you get the heat sink in. That's the rite of passage, so to speak, which is really the not the hardest thing, but it's the most, there's so many variables to it. I mean, you could technically put too little or too much or in the wrong spots, but here's the thermal paste, and I'm going to use a different plastic spreader you can get anywhere, but let's see if I can zoom in a little more. That's right. Alright, I got 13 minutes to go here, and hopefully I can get this heatsink installed too. So now that I got the hard part mainly over, it's time for me to... Oh, I should have just ripped this part over. Just making sure there's no plastic on there. That wouldn't look good, but it looks to be all like thermal paste. And you want to try to avoid touching it with even the back of your hand, because it can be oily and stuff. Not the cleanest drop of paste I've done, but we'll need another tool here to scoop it off. But that's also due to the packet that I didn't totally rip off. I can't even tell if it's the... Yeah, that's actually part of the plastic of the package, but it looks like thermal paste because it's also gray. It would be better if there was a different colored package so you don't get the thing mixed up. But you can use just a cheap sandwich bag, a half sandwich bag, and just that way it's easy to smooth it to spread and it doesn't get anything dirty. And here, now it's not the smoothest, but it does apply it nice and evenly. I kind of want to even go all the way on the other edges here. But the most important thing is that it's as even and spread as possible. Not like where it's just a huge sloppy wide amount, but as smooth, so it's kind of thick and you can't see the actual chip underneath it. So it should be opaque enough where you can't not see anything. So when you apply the heatsink, it'll take care of some of the uncovered parts, but you don't want to rely too much on that heatsink because it can kind of push some of it off of the you can push too much off of it. So you kind of just want to use the heatsink for flattening it, not so much for spreading it, because most of that you want to keep it in the middle, but not so much in the middle where it doesn't reach all the ends. So that's why I like to get all that heatsink. Now that, I don't know if I should remove it or not. I mean, will it help a little bit? Yes, but do I need to remove it? Not that I think. Now that, of course, this here, it says warning, remove before installation. So I'm going to go ahead and unpeel that. I would be surprised if there's thermal paste on here, but they don't all include it. Some heatsinks do include it pre-applied on it. I think the Wraith cooler might have had that. So that's that. 9 minutes to go. And this does face the other way. The only odd thing is that it's going that way, and then this fan here is going outwards. So that's good. If the outflow was if you installed it in the opposite direction, it's going to be blowing air from the outside into the case, and then you're basically, well, the air's, you know, the fans are fighting each other because they're blowing air towards the heatsink from two sides, and that's not going to be good for airflow because it's not all going out. So it's good to have both of them going in one direction so that you don't have to worry too much about extra airflow that's just kind of getting pushed to the middle of the case rather than bolting out of the case. So there's just two little screws there. These are pretty big, just so you can see them. There's a big screw, there's a screw sticking out here, and then there's a screw sticking out here, and it's going to go inside these little, there's this hole here. So there's one there, and there's one on the other side. So there's only two after you install the bracket. There's four for that, and then there's just two for that. So it's a very simple bracket, and you don't have to balance it from the outside, from the underneath the case like you might have to with some other. So just looking at it, I mean, I'm just doing a last final check of the heatsink. Thermal paste, just to make sure I have everything, because I'm not really going to remove it unless I'm having an issue with heating or it's not booting right for some other reason. Not assuming it's all, you know. So just hoping it would actually fit on there. Okay, that was good. Okay. So all of this is going to get, thermal paste isn't really going to have much room to wiggle around because I'm going to be concerned with just screwing it in vertically. So I don't really have a lot of opportunity to wiggle it around. So that's one of the good reasons why you want to spread it as evenly as possible before you put the you mount the heatsink. So that way you already took care of that part. Now, this is a little difficult to, it's not really screwing in really easily, and I don't know if it's just, okay, now it is. So it wasn't really, that screw on the other side wasn't totally vertical, so I had to do it a few times, and then I realized it was much more. Oh, sorry, I didn't get a good view there. Okay, so as you can see here, it is getting a lot more pushed down onto the heatsink, but because it's so nice and evenly spread, it's already applying all the heatsink just where in place, but it's just making it all like totally flat. Now it looks like I can turn it a little bit more, but then once it stops, it doesn't totally stop, but it kind of, okay, I think it finally stopped turning. So there is quite a bit of screwing on it. It doesn't go all the way down because there's that spring underneath it, but you still want to keep going for a while, like almost half the height of where it originally was, because it's definitely secure, but you never know if it's just going to get loose over time, especially if, you know, if it's on a bumpy road or something. If you're on a road trip, or it can get a little loose, but it's pretty good, and it's all nice and fastened now. So that's really all there is to it. We got 4 minutes to go. Okay, and about a third of the battery left. CPU fan. So this is the closest fan that you want to plug it into. Just the one that's the easiest to find and not going to cause a huge amount of wiring going around the whole motherboard. So you don't even have to remove the twisty tie, nor do you want to. And so that is finally installed. So you technically could get a boot up screen if everything's ready to go once you got the RAM in, and that's pretty much it. Obviously you have to install an operating system, but I should be able to get to the BIOS screen on the VGA because there is integrated video and there's an HDMI port on the back and a display port. So you could just use one if you really want to, but assuming I did such a great job with this that it's not going to cause anything to fry for installing it. It's not like it was clocked to 8,000 megahertz or anything. Now DDR, you want to do a dual channel, so I don't know which one those are, but it's not going to be a problem. If I do single channel, it's just going to run a little slower, but that's alright. At least this is kind of odd. The RAM doesn't have one of those things on the right side. It doesn't. It just kind of stays that way. So let me make sure I have this orientation right. I might have plugged it in the wrong. I had it right the first time. Okay, click. No. Okay, I don't want to jam it. I probably had that part wrong. Thought I had it right, but I was off. So let's try this one. Nope, that's not right either. Well, this is DDR5, but what do I have wrong? Maybe I just didn't pull it out all the way or something. That is really rigid. They don't stick out like the other ones do. Let's try this one. And there's only 1 minute left, so if this ends, it's just going to be... Okay, well I got one in, and you can assume that I can do everything else. I'm kidding, I have 50 seconds left. So I will get this done, or I will have to start all over again. I'm kidding. I mean, you could if you really felt like you failed. But I've already spent 2 days on this. Okay. Let's put them right next to each other so I know which ones are which when it ever comes to time to get another pair. That shouldn't be an issue. Alright, welcome back to day 3 of the Ryzen 9 7900X installation. Yesterday I connected the CPU to the motherboard. I installed the RAM, which was the last thing in the previous video. So I installed 32 gigabytes, and that was late last night. So after that video, I tested whether it had any boot, and it did turn on. I didn't make any other videos between that because there was, charging for the camera, and there was just nothing really to, it was more just a lot of testing and stuff, so, I mean, even relative to a video like this, which can be long, there just wasn't anything to really record, because it would have just taken way too long. But I do have quite a bit of interesting things to show in this video. So for starters, the heatsink was able to boot as soon as the BIOS posted. I did test it without the computer chip, but like yesterday, I didn't. Well, not after the heatsink was installed, of course, but I did test it without the system fans, because it turned out that the fans were not all spinning, and I guess I had one of them unplugged, but they are Molex connectors, and they don't connect to the smart fan 3-pin or 4-pin. So that could actually be an issue if I want to regulate those fans a little more. It seems like they all just turn on or off when it's plugged in, which is fine as long as it's not, too loud. But one thing I noticed is it doesn't actually power them all on, which could just be maybe not enough power for all for all 6 of them. Fortunately, I was able to get the 2 on top to power up, which are pretty crucial for pulling in airflow into the case and flowing it outwards. So the top 2 over here were not originally both on. I discovered one hadn't been plugged in, but I think I might have unplugged it when I was working on it earlier. The 3 in the front do not all power on. Only the middle one powers on. So there's like one over here, and then there's one here, and then this one turns on. So it is pulling in air from the front, which is good. And then this fan's blowing it towards the back, and this is the outflow. So that's the exhaust fan. So that's going to be sufficient airflow for the stock cooler. And again, this is a single tower deep cool, and it's rated for something like 230 watts. Now I did test when it was originally plugged in and powered on, that the BIOS was saying something like 79 degrees Celsius. It started climbing. It started around like 72 or 74, and then it just every few seconds it started climbing to 79. And I thought that was kind of high, because all the other boards I've built have always idled in the 30s and 40s. So it was kind of an adjustment to see that, and obviously not obviously, but I was aware that the stock setting was at 170, which is definitely more than any other board I purchased, chip I purchased, and board technically, maybe except for my Gigabyte. So after that, I went into the BIOS. I found where to enable the Precision Boost. So some of the websites like PC World, they will use a Gigabyte board instead, so the instructions are slightly different. You won't be looking for like manual. You might be looking for, like in the Precision overclock setting, there's something where you have to set it to like manual, but you also want to enable the overclocking option, which doesn't void your warranty, because ASUS removed that option for the specific BIOS fix. Not to say that I am going to overclock it, but it is a requirement to get into the option to set it to 105. It looks like that article was posted before AMD updated their BIOS, so before there was only a 65 watt option, which on this board is called cTDP, and there is another website that I've found that walks you through for the ASUS website, for the ASUS motherboard, so it'll help you find the settings for enabling the 105. And once you get into the advanced option, then it'll allow you to select the cTDP 105 option instead of the 170. So typically you would have to manually enter those in according to the instructions from a few months ago, but it looks like they might have overridden those just so you can just easily select the 105, but I was ready to type in those options, but it was all grayed out for some reason. So I don't know if it was just that the new BIOS changed it that way and just requires you to select the AMD option, but whatever happened, it didn't allow me to select the 105 manually. I had to select it from the pre-configured option, which is perfectly fine. It's the same setting, so it doesn't really matter. As long as you can actually get to that option, yeah, you can enable it. So after that, I installed Windows 10, and I installed the utility by ASUS, and there was another option there. It did kind of appear confusing because some of those options don't explicitly say that it's the 105 option, it just appears to be. And then there's like an efficient option, so you kind of have to navigate and familiarize with that too. I don't even have to install it, I don't think. It might be better to just uninstall it and just rely on the UEFI BIOS. I probably said it wrong. Because that way, you know, it's set to the 105. You don't really want one overriding the others and just not knowing which one it is. So it was running at like 75 most of the day today. I was doing quite a bit of testing in encoding, handbrake, re-encoding like 8K video into 4K. So I was just trying to see the performance of the cores and the integrated video hardware, which does have VCE encoding, so you can encode to H.265, HEVC, so there is an option to use it. It's not AV1, but you do have a software option if you need to use AV1. They do let you do 10-bit encoding. I don't use it yet because I don't really. I mean, if I want to save the bandwidth, I might just use that towards the resolution instead. But there's just quite a few things I wanted to cover in this. So the RAM booted fine. I know in the video yesterday I had seated them right next to each other, but they were in dual channel mode, at least not that I am aware of. But there's an instruction on the board itself that actually says if you are installing a first pair, then it would be the second from the top and the one on the right. So technically I only had one in the first pair. So by adjusting it, it was actually able to increase the RAM speed from it initially, before I had fixed the seating of the first and the second slot to the second and the fourth slot that you see, or the first and the third, depending on how it's designated. It originally was only at 3600 megahertz, and after I seated them, it increased to 4800 megahertz. Now the RAM that was sold in the bundle is rated for 6000 megahertz, and that probably requires using the Expo mode, and considering the stock speed being something like 5500, like constantly, or I don't know how they manage that, it's going to be kind of hot if you actually want to go at it. I was thinking that maybe I could use the fast RAM but keep it at 105, but I don't think that's an option actually. I mean, there might be an option, but it might require like quite a bit of configuration, and that's probably a little bit beyond my expertise. So 4800 for me is still more than twice as fast as my last RAM. I think I had some 2133 megahertz in my other build. That's DDR3. If I ran it in, if I only ran a pair, I have another pair of 32 gigabyte RAM DDR3, and I'll talk about more about that one later in this video. But those are 4 sticks of 8. So if I wanted to run those at 32, assuming Windows 10 doesn't reserve half of them or a quarter of them, I'm only down to like 1333 megahertz. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there. But one interesting thing I found is having more RAM can definitely be handy for certain tasks like Handbrake, because it uses a lot of RAM. It was using 31 gigabytes today, which was pretty impressive considering I have a new M2 slot in there running, and I did a crystal mark test, which I took a screenshot of it through the program that can create a text file and like a score file for it, and I got 7,300 megabytes. So I got 7 gigabytes read and write speeds. I think the write speed was at least 6 gigabytes, which was spectacular. Like, that's like 3 times faster than my Generation 3 drive, which was only getting like 2.5 gigabytes, and not just only, but it's still a pretty impressive, benchmark for a drive. And my random speed was something like 86 for the benchmark on the left. The one on the right was a much better improvement. I got just over 300, which I was sort of aiming for, because 300 megabytes write speed random is very good for a lot of applications. So I am really impressed with it. It really feels like you have to upgrade everything to really get to see the performance in a system like this. So I can't see a system like this being used without a fast drive. Like, even though it's just a convenience to use SATA, like I'm already ready for M2. Well, for as long as it's going to be in use. So I am going to go ahead and power it on. I'm not going to connect it, just because it's on this table. It's across from the monitor, and it's just kind of hard to boot it up and show the camera. But what I just wanted to show is how the fans spin up. Interestingly, the LEDs don't appear to be connected to the motherboard in terms of signaling that they need to be toggled. So the button on the top of the board either is not connected right, and it's not signaling to fans to turn on or off. So when I plugged in the fans to the SATA port, the power, I think because it's a peripheral and it's thinking it's a SATA cable, it's only giving it like basic power and it's not doing any smart function. So there might be a little more intelligent way to connect it, maybe even getting a smart adapter for the Molex so that it can connect into the proper 3-pin for the motherboard instead of the Molex. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth having to go out and buy one. If it's just providing cooling power, I think that's more than enough. I mean, I have four working fans, and as long as it keeps the processor cool, that's all I'm really concerned about. But I mean, since I have a couple extra fans, I could consider using them and getting those connected or adapted, especially if I need to get my temperatures a little bit lower. But it will go to like 95 degrees Celsius, which is really the limit. And the temperatures are very dynamic, which I haven't really seen before on older chipsets. So in the past, I've noticed that if I'm using like a hardware monitor and it says like the temperatures at like 70 degrees, the speed that increases or decreases is a lot slower, and it could just be because just the way that the heat increases on those older chips, it's hard to slow it down or increase it. So it looks like the temperature that they're referring to is more specific to a part of the chip that's actually running at that speed. So it's almost like they have a bunch of sensors all over the chip, which can only explain why it's at 90. Like, how does it go from 95 degrees Celsius to 70 degrees Celsius in like 2 seconds? Like, that doesn't make sense. So it could just be that there's a lot of sensors and it's only referring to the threads that are active. But it is hovering around 95 whenever you're doing any like video playing and coding. I ran a few benchmarks like 3D Mark, so it does typically run around 95. And then I think I used the ASUS utility within Windows, and I think I set it to the 65 watt option. It looks like it was only reporting around 95 watts or 88 watts in the hardware monitor, so I think it peaked at like 105. So I'm not sure if that was because it was set to the actual 105 setting according to the ASUS, or now AMD setting, or if it's set to the lower 65, which is rated for like 88 watts top. So I probably should just use the watt meter and see what it's averaging, but I wasn't too specific on it or particular about it. I mean, I can always change it later. I was just concerned that it was at least at 105 or 65 for today, just so I know that it's working at a lower temperature. So whenever I wasn't using it at with a lot of CPU utilization, it'll drop down to 75, even 60 actually. And I think I even saw it at like in the mid 50s, which was good. So at some point it was probably at the 65 watt setting, but it was not in the it was not in like the 90 range for very long, which is really the important thing. But if I set it to the 105 option, it might get a little bit hotter. Well, again, it could have already been it, but I'm not even sure which one it was at, like in the second half of the day. But with this cooler, unless I want to go out and buy another cooler, it'll be fine on 70 degrees if it's averaging that. If it's peaking at 95 every minute or so, that should also be fine. I mean, they are rated for that, but I'm just not really used to using a chip that runs at that. In fact, the only card I had that would run at that speed was like a video card, and I remember it would, you know, reach 70 or 80 during a game, but that was it. So yeah, so this heatsink is for $20. I think it's a pretty good, you know, deal. The other heatsinks that they sell, like, there's a lot of really expensive ones that are like over $100, and a lot of them don't even really seem to be needed if you're just cooling something and you want it in the 70 range. If you are just looking to keep it cool, there's quite a few like dual tower ones that you can get for like $35 on Amazon. There was another deep cool one that I saw, and it's a dual tower. It's like it's just like a little bit larger than this, and I mean, you obviously need to have a big case, kind of like that, but it's probably not gonna change the width of it. So you just have to get one that, you know, fits your case. But yeah, it's really the best part of it's the most important part of the building the case, because you have to find one that actually matches your computer chip. So there's the most variability there in terms of managing your temps. Like, that's probably the hardest challenge of building a computer, is just managing the temps, assuming you have, you know, applied the thermal paste correctly. But it's really on the builder to know what applications they're going to be using, because that's going to have a big impact on the thermals. But it's pretty interesting to see how newer boards, how much, even though they use more power, they have better regulation these days than before, because they can increase to 95, but then they increase to like 50 degrees like within a minute. So that's pretty, or less. So I'm not really sure how it does that, but my guess is, of course, it's just measuring one part of the board. And, you know, if you have like 35 billion transistors on a chip or more, then most likely there's going to be more than one sensor on it. That would just probably be like a quota or something. I mean, you have to kind of audit all those transistors to make sure they're not functioning incorrectly. There's got to be some way to measure it. Moving on, other than this, the building of it, the lights over here will turn on, and those were powering on yesterday. Those were pretty much the only thing that was powering. So I'm gonna just go ahead and plug this in here, and just to show you which fans will turn on. So, of course, you want to be careful whenever you have the door open. Only going to be touching the top part to power it on. And so what's going to turn on is the computer case fan, the CPU fan, the top, these two over here, one over there, and this one. So that's plenty of air cooling for this system. Considering I already flashed a BIOS, if you haven't seen the other video, and I've also set the TDP to 105. So those are the first two things you would want to do if you're buying this board, unless you are planning on running it at 170. So I'm going to go ahead and power it on. And you see that red light, it's just doing a post check, so that's not a bad thing. It just means that it's going through all the lights just to make sure that they're working. The white light is for the VGA. That's actually going to be on because it's not plugged into my monitor right now. It's across the room and it's on a table, so it's not on the desk where the monitor is. And that's the only one that's going to be on because I already installed Windows 10. So this morning, before I installed Windows 10, it passed all the other signals. I mean, I did forget to plug in the cable for a second, and it was also doing the white. But if there's an issue with the CPU, like the heatsink is improper, or just not booting right, or maybe you overclocked it and the setting is corrupted, or the BIOS is corrupted, it'll be red. If it's white, it's the VGA. There's a yellow one, I think it's the RAM, and the white one, and the green one is if you have a boot issue. So if you don't have an operating system, it'll just be green. Yeah, the fan actually goes up to nearly 2100 RPM, so it is able to run. And actually, after I updated the TDP to 105, the CPU fan was actually idling at around 1000, which meant that it was actually able to keep the temperatures low enough that it didn't even have to run it at the maximum speed. So I was pretty impressed there. I was just expecting it was going to have to run at 2000 because it's, the fan isn't the largest. But just having a little of experience with running other 95 watt CPUs, I remembered that there were some other heat sinks that were not as large as this one and still were able to handle much slower cooldowns, which had not as good regulations. So, my estimate was pretty close, and it was actually, I overestimated the amount in terms of needing a very fast fan. Obviously, if you have to run it at 3000 RPM, you're going to want to run it at 3000 RPM or look into another solution like liquid cooling or just running it slower. But if you're set on running it at a certain speed and you have to cool it with air, then you may have to run it at 3000 RPM, which is going to be loud. Now the one on the back looks like it's running kind of slow because just the way it's more like an illusion, but it is running pretty fast. The AIO pen at the top where that sticker is for the barcode is actually for the pump, but what happened was the BIOS wasn't recognizing the CPU fan because the top pin is for the fans for the all-in-one and the bottom is for the pump, and so I assumed that the top fan pin was for the CPU fan because it does say CPU fan, but when I plugged it in, it actually put all-in-one as running at like 2000 RPM, so wasn't really sure why it was designating the CPU one, which is for the bottom, as all-in-one when it's really a CPU fan. But there's another one on the top right, which is CPU opt, which is like optional, I think, and that one is more of a proper CPU fan, I guess. That they all run at the same speed, they get adjusted according to the needs of the CPU. So I'm not sure if there's any difference between them, but I kind of wanted to have them in the one on the left because it does consider it like a CPU fan, and it'll even give you like the little spinning logo in the BIOS. So that I might fiddle with a little more, but functionally it's doing its job. Okay, so moving on. The power supply, everything was working fine there. HD audio, I got that covered. The USB over there didn't seem to work this morning. I tried to plug something in to boot Windows and it didn't seem to work. I ended up just using the USB 2.0s on the top. I mean, I could try the ones on the back, but I mean, I can always deal with that later. I mean, it is plugged in. Maybe it's just not enabled in the BIOS, or maybe the Montech USB header is. Maybe it has to work with a different. Maybe it only works with Gen 3.0. I don't know. One thing I do know just from experience, if you have ever created a bootable installation media for Windows 10, unless you are planning on downloading it when you are planning on installing it, if you don't have a copy, and if you have an internet cap, that it's going to be like 4 gigabytes. So if you flash it incorrectly and you have to start over, you have to re-download 4 gigabytes. It's actually like 4.7 gigabytes. It takes a long time to write it on a USB drive because it's writing at a slower speed. I'm going to turn this off, by the way, because there's really nothing else. So, yeah, there's no lights on the fan. There is a glowing thing over there, so that's really the only thing that's glowing, which is better than nothing. But yeah, it's just a fan there, and now it's starting to blink. That's just the disk indicator. So, if you use the Windows Media Writer, I remember it took me like over an hour to write it. I don't know if I was just using a slow, USB drive or micro SD, but it can take a really long time to write. So you may want to be prepared for that. If you have another media writer, you can actually use another image writer. So I've used other image writers like Balena Etcher and Raspberry Pi Imager, believe it or not, can actually be used to write an image like Linux. You can write a different operating system with it. They are pretty effective at recovering a drive that Windows isn't recognizing. So ironically, if you're trying to use Windows to recover some of these drives, it can be hard to try to recover them because the format option doesn't actually work. So sometimes I'll find myself using Raspberry Pi Imager to write a new ISO file, which you can download it from Windows, from Microsoft, without going through the image creation tool, because that only works with the download option. So since Microsoft lets you download the ISO, you can try more times writing it using another image writing program. So as long as you have the ISO, you can rewrite it to your USB or your micro SD card. The reason is because the first time I wrote it this morning, I didn't use the image creation tool because I already had the file, and so I used the Raspberry Pi imager, and then it basically wrote it in like 10 minutes, and I knew it wasn't actually complete because it skipped a lot of files, or it thought it copied them all. But when I plugged it in, it didn't actually load Windows. It gave me this error saying that it's missing a media drive, and you may have to rewrite the thing. So if I checked online, and it said that the media file wasn't written very fast, or it was written too fast, so you should use a slower write speed. But that's not usually a setting I use, or I set, or designate. So the best tool that is very reliable and it writes at a lower speed is UNetBootin. So I've had a lot of experience with that one. If you're using it to write like a Linux boot disk, like a live CD or live USB, there's going to be one file at the end of it called squash.fs typically, or another file. Like if you're booting from RAM, there's a file there, and very similar to that, there's a file on your Windows boot. And if it's not running, at 500 KB a second, it's not actually writing that file, because the file is around 3.8 gigabytes, not for the whole disk, but for that one file that it has to write. So if you look at your task manager, it's going to be writing and reading only up to maybe 10 megabytes a second, and that can take 20 or 30 minutes, maybe even more. I don't know if using a USB 3.0 is going to be faster, but if it's running really fast, it might skip some information. You can do the verification check, but if it skips it and it doesn't know what to check, then it's still not going to work. So it can just save you a lot of time, because I figured that it's really just one file that it has to write really slowly, and once it's done writing that, then you can boot Windows. Moving on to the next thing, the best news of today was HDMI 2.1 being able to output on this integrated motherboard at 8K resolution. So I had been hoping or theorizing that this board could support 8K, even though it's technically rated for 4K at 60 Hz. And then the reason is that HDMI 2.0 is technically rated for 8K at 30 Hz. But my other card, which is an HDMI 2.0, doesn't actually output that on my 8K monitor. So I thought it could have just been something with maybe my old card, and I wasn't really going to go out and buy a new GPU just to get 8K. So when I saw this board, I saw that it had integrated DisplayPort and HDMI 2.1, I thought there was a good chance that it would support 8K at 30 Hz at the very least, which isn't 2.1 completely, which, the maximum speed of HDMI 2.1 is 8K at, or 10K at 60 Hz, but typically you're probably going to want to use it at 8K at 60 hertz, or it might support 120 hertz. I don't know. So if you are testing it on 8K at 30 hertz, it's not going to recognize it right away because you have to install the video driver. So after I installed the video driver, it still didn't detect it. So it actually took about 7 or 8 hours before Windows just finally found the setting and just automatically upgraded it. So I went through a couple reinstallations of the video driver just because it didn't appear to have all those settings fully recognized by Windows. So it is a very specific setting that only works when VRR is disabled, which is variable refresh rate. So that's part of FreeSync. Actually, it's part of FreeSync Pro. So you have to be using like a newer version of an AMD card. And this integrated video has RDNA2, which apparently is like the first one of the earlier or minimum cards for supporting VRR, and well, it's not that you need VRR, but because it's part of the 120 hertz package, it has that support for that extra bitrate. So if you disable the setting on your TV that has the VRR and you disable it in the Radeon settings, then it'll allow you to set your monitor to 8K. So your HDMI isn't going to actually see the 30 hertz option right away. Only after you disable it. And actually, I didn't even try that right away. I was actually just testing a benchmark, and somehow when it was toggling through different benchmarks, it somehow like finally gave me the option to apparently use like a higher resolution, or I saw all these new settings like just appear like in the like late afternoon. I was just waiting for this setting, and it finally got on in the display settings. So I was using the Street Fighter 2 benchmark, I think, the Street Fighter 6 benchmark, and then it looks like my monitor had said that there was a setting that it updated. So I was kind of glad that it notified me, because I would have never even thought that it was possible. I just assumed that it was just like a cheap integrated video, and the instruction manual actually says officially that it only supports 4K at 60 hertz. But some people don't really use 30 hertz, so they probably just didn't bother mentioning it. But like the 8K has a lot of really useful utilities. Just like there's just a lot more windows you can have open, and it's just easier for managing a lot of other terminals, or just reading a lot more text. I've also noticed it's very good for reading archival, like books, like rare books. So if you look up like the Voynich manuscript, there's really high resolution images of it that are above 8K. So I was reading about the Voynich manuscript like a few months ago, and some of the libraries don't allow you to check out the book to see it in person because it's really fragile. So they have taken some high resolution images, but you can't really see all that detail on a single monitor, even a 4K monitor. So some of these high resolution images can show you more of the picture that you can't really see, even if you're zooming in on it, because when you zoom out on the a high resolution picture, you can see like creases and patterns that you can't see when you're just zooming in on like an eighth or a quarter of the image. So that was one of the things I was really interested in seeing on 8K, because 8K is obviously it's going to be more common and not everyone has it right now, and it's not really worth it for certain systems. But if you do a lot of coding or you do a lot of like productivity applications, it can be a very significant improvement in just using a lot of applications. My first computer that used a 4K monitor was actually a graphics card that is over 10 years from now. It's over 10 years old. So my first 4K monitor was in 2015. I had actually bought a 1440p monitor in 2013, and at the time it was really hard to get anything above 1080p. So the 1440p felt like an improvement. It was like a 27-inch monitor. So, I remember that time where it took a really long time just to get anything over 1440p. They did have like 1600 at the time on dual DVI, but it wasn't worth the increase. I only had to pay like $300 for that monitor, and then like maybe 2 years, 2.5 years later, I got a 4K monitor, and that was 40-inch. So there was quite a bit more information I could see on the screen, and it can make working a bit easier, because I used to use like I had tested 4 monitors on 1080p, and it's just too many monitors for so like few pixels per screen. So it can be pretty like you don't really know what you're missing until you use it. And the same can be said for 8K. Like when you go from 4K to 8K, it's not easy to picture it because you're not there. But with 8K, the picture is so much sharper that it's like a new normal. So you kind of get used to it, and you just want to just keep that. You don't really want to go back. The other computer that I had is actually right next to this board here. I didn't, have it in the frame because I didn't want to focus on that right in the beginning. But it is interesting for a few reasons, and it's not all about the video, but I will first talk about the video card because it has a DisplayPort that I wanted to show you. So this is my first. Over here is a Gigabyte 990 FX. So that is also a really large heatsink from my first large build. So I'm gonna go ahead and unplug this. And okay, so here we have a Zalman FX70, and there is a fan above there. So that is a tiny little fan that was included with, I believe, one of my computer fans, maybe one of my 65 watt ones. That is a 95 watt CPU. It's an FX8320E. And at the time, Zalman was advertising that it was rated for 95 watts, and I mentioned that in my first video, part 1. 95 watts on an FX 8320 is quite a bit different than 105 watts on the 7900 because 7900X, because it actually is very cool. It only stays at like 30 or 40 degrees Celsius on this FX. It's obviously not as powerful, but I tried cooling it without the fan for a few weeks when I bought it in 2015, and eventually the heatsink just got hotter and hotter, and it didn't really cool down. So I had to put something on it, even if it wasn't a very powerful fan. So it turned out that even putting just a small little fan on it kept it significantly cooler. So it was pretty cool how it, no pun intended, but it was a huge heatsink, and this was like the first large ATX board that I bought, and it barely fit the case. I was, relieved, because it, it's a narrower case than the other Montech. So it is quite a different heatsink, even though it's like larger, like the fins are more spacious, but I think the design of it is slightly more preferable because I think there's more airflow. I personally wouldn't mind using a heatsink like that. I just don't want to remove the thermal paste and have to reapply it from the CPU. But something like that could actually be useful because you don't really need two fans for it. You can just use one fan, and just the design of it it's more of like a passive fan. I mean, it is technically a passive heatsink, but when you add a fan to it, it becomes a very practical fan. I mean, at the time, I wanted to have like this all silent system, but I just gave up on that because it wasn't really a major priority. I just wanted it to be cool, so it wasn't, constantly running hot. But this is this is definitely one of the more premium boards I had for quite a while up until this one. But technically, this is the highest line of that generation. The 990FX-A is technically, it's kind of like the X670 of this era. So it's not using like the middle range. But I mean, even the 650, the B650s are all like pretty premium. They're not the top of the line, but they're close enough. They don't have all the features like they don't all have like 2 PCIe slots, or they don't have like 3 M2 slot or even 2 M2 slots. So, well, actually, I'm trying to think, what was it? I don't know. There's something that they like only have one of, but you don't really need that many M2 slots. I mean, having 3 is actually better than just having one. Now the other card at the bottom is a 7900 HD, and I also make some videos on that one. And that's probably my favorite card. It's definitely the longest, well, the most used card I've had for over 10 years. It is a 3 GB VRAM. When it was released, there wasn't even DirectX 12 on it, but it later got support for it, so it's able to play like some of the latest games. So it is still very capable. And this cable here, it's a very small cable, is a 3-foot DisplayPort. It's a mini DisplayPort to full DisplayPort adapter, but it actually supports 4K at 60 Hz. And in 2015, there were DisplayPorts out there, but for this little adapter, I was able to output it to 4K at 60 Hz on a 4K monitor, which, even though it wasn't, super fast for gaming, I mean, there are a handful of games you can run at low resolution with that. It had, I think, 10-bit, but the graphics are really colorful for if you have like a VA monitor or MVA monitor or anything with just like really good contrast. It makes really good picture quality. It's if you're using 10-bit or 422 resolution, your monitor's going to look a lot more colorful. So I think it had some more advanced support for that extra bit depth, but when you're using 8K, you're not getting all that on HDMI 2.0. You can only run 8K at like 30 Hz on HDMI 2.0 on this integrated video, so I'm not getting like the 10-bit depth. If I want to use 10-bit depth, I have to revert to 4K. But one of the nice things about 4K on this board is it does go all the way up to 120 Hz. Now, there aren't many games that are going to play on 512 megabytes of video RAM, which I discovered that this integrated chip has. I thought it would have more, but compared to my 7950, there are some more advanced DirectX 12 Ultimate features on it, but overall performance is actually on par with the 7950 card that you're seeing. So this 7950 has more VRAM, but the other card, the integrated video, is quite comparable in overall performance. And it is very interesting to see all of that performance without having to go out and buy a video card. Because, like, right now I'm not really going to be gaming or anything at 8K, at least on this machine. But, or I mean, not on the new machine either, because it is, having the 8K is really like there's a lot more you can analyze. Like if you're using a map on like a satellite view, you don't really need a very fast refresh, nor do you want to, because you know your bandwidth might not be super high, and your solid state drive, your M2 drive, isn't really going to be reading that fast necessarily. But there's a lot of new applications that you can really take advantage of when you go 8K. Obviously, like music, movie editing is going to be one. With 4K cameras being a lot more common, it gives you that extra space to edit 4K. So you could even just use a 6K monitor, but they don't have those. So in order to edit 4K, you technically could just use the whole window, but it's still kind of awkward. So this solid state drive here is also an ADATA. So that's the maker of the XPG brand that I bought on the new one. So I like the logo. I think that's like a hummingbird or something. And that's also a very good rated board. I technically am only using a SATA 3 cable on that, but I have used a SATA 6. It was just more of like a temporary connection so that I could boot Windows. But that is also a very good board. A lot of the ADATA solid state drives that use SATA are also very good. If you're just using like a DVD drive or even a Blu-ray, you don't need to use a SATA 3 or 6 cable, but if a lot of boards will include them, so you could still use one if you don't have a SATA 1.0. I just happen to use it because I didn't want to use my other one, so I just had that ready in case I wanted to plug in a Blu-ray drive or DVD drive. This is not really connected to anything, but I wasn't really using it for very long. But it is relatively stable or shockproof compared to a spinning platter. And then the Seasonic over here is a 520 S2, as I mentioned the other day, and also a very good board. It is rated up to 480 watts for total power, so that should be able to handle one video card. It's rated for 200 or even 250 on a 95 watt CPU, and there's plenty of headroom. There is a second PCI Express 2.0 by 16 on this motherboard, if you look carefully here. And I did mention this earlier when I was referring to that PCI Express 3, the easy release on the new board. So I was just being careless one day back in 2017, and I just pulled the GPU, more so probably out of impatience than being careless, but that they kind of go together. So if you can see there is missing the actual slot like the one underneath it. Now the one right underneath it is a PCIe 4.0, but it is a PCIe by 4, even though it's a full-size slot. Now they make those in like smaller slots, I think. Well, there's definitely X1s, but this one here is a 16X, so it is getting the full speeds here, the bottom one, and that is like a PCIe maybe 3.0 or 2.0 card, so it's not really losing any. It's an early Gen 3, I think, so it wasn't really losing any bandwidth. But it is a slightly slower, CPU, so they are more matched to each other. So having an extra PCIe can be very good for saving money, because worst case scenario, you do lose PCI slot, you don't have to go out and buy another motherboard. So I kind of tested that maybe subconsciously and realized that I was only going to use one PCI card. Now this Seasonic has exhaust over here that can go under the board and out through the back. So that's another reason why it's okay to use it on this case, because it the exhaust isn't going right into the case. It would actually be very bad for the power supply. It could overheat and possibly even cause a fire if it's not outputting where there is no heat. Now, when you have a graphics card here, it is going to be a little bit hotter than if it's going from that one. I think I did do a measurement once, and it looked like just like the bottom one was slightly hotter than the top one. But that was with the Vega 56, not with that one. And that was really the only way you could test it, since they were identical cards, and I sold one later on. Moving on. So as you can also see, there is a small X1 slot over there. And I wanted to mention that. Actually, there's two. There's one over here, and there's one over here. Now, I never used any of those X1 slots. But since I got a new computer that I built, and it had a 2.5 gigabit adapter, I wanted to show this other 2.5 gigabit X1 adapter, and I bought this on Amazon for just $10. So this is a, let me go and focus here. So this is a 2.5 gigabit per second Ethernet card, just like the old Ethernet cards that you might put on a computer from maybe 20 years ago. But they all have gigabit now, so upgrading to gigabit wasn't really a common thing you had to do, because a lot of computers already had 100 megabit, but at the time there weren't many computers getting bandwidth for more than that, residential at least. So this is a, I don't know the brand name, but there's quite a few that are just sort of like very similar in type. It included quite a bit, actually. It even came with a screw that I used yesterday for small screws. Came with an Ethernet cable, and it also included a low profile bracket in case you want to swap out this full-size one for a small one if you're using a small case. So I really like that it included all of that for $10. I think it was like maybe $11 or something, maybe like new open. So that screw can be used to remove these over here. There's one over here and one over there. That's all you need to do to remove the full-size bracket. I'm going to just leave it in there because I'm most likely going to use it. on this case or my Ryzen 5 1600, which I have not shown yet. But it is another, it's actually a micro ATX case, which is a little smaller, but it has a 65 watt CPU, not like a 95 watt on this one, so it is able to keep cooler in a smaller case. And I did just check that earlier today, well, like earlier this hour, 2 hours ago, and it had it has an extra, not an extra, but it has one X1 PCI Express 3.0 slot that fits this, so I can actually connect my Ryzen 5 1600 motherboard, well, not the motherboard, but the motherboard is an ASUS ROG A320M, which I got for like $40 in 2017. And I have never used 2.5 gigabits per second, but running Crystal Mark today and seeing that I'm getting 7,000 megabytes per second made me really want to consider whether I want to upgrade my local area network. So if I have a computer on running at 105 watts and it's at 90 something degrees, I realize I don't really want to keep that on all day if I am just storing some files that I want to access. So considering the Ryzen only runs at 65 watts, I thought it could be a good like home server that I can use for like a file access for this computer. So that way I can store multiple hard drives if I want to store a few extra terabytes in this bay or on the Ryzen. I mean, I was thinking of using this one, but it is a slightly slower computer, and I don't think I would want to really use it for leaving it on. Not for very long, but just for storing several. Like if I want to store an entire game file, and it's going to be like, 100 gigabytes. That's not something I want to put on my terabyte drive. But at the same time, I even though I could install like a SATA drive on the new tower, it's not something I want to just have running all the time, because that's more heat inside that case, which I'm want to just keep as cool as possible. So putting in another drive in there isn't going to help with the temperatures. Now you could use one of those smaller NAS systems where you kind of buy like a purpose-built server. They are a little more power efficient, but considering I already built my cases, I'm not really gonna consider buying another case just for a server. I just kind of build my computers and try to get all the functions out of them from there. The other thing on this board, I mean, it is a good board for multimedia. It also has 5.1 channel on it. It also has an optical out SB-diff, which actually the other board doesn't. But again, this is a 990, so it is more like an X670. The cable that I actually was able to get working at AK is an identical one to this. So on Amazon I found an HDMI 2.1 cable for like $11.99. It was a 2-pack. It was on sale. I think it was maybe $15.99, and there was like a coupon for $3. And these are 10-foot cables, so Best Buy will sell these for like $79, $9.99 for one. So these are good cables. I mean, they are able to work at HDMI 2.0 at the very least, and 4K at 120 hertz. The image may not actually stay at that. It'll try to adjust to it, but then Windows will revert back to like 60 hertz or something. So I was able to have Windows stay at 8K at 30 hertz, but I had more trouble keeping it at 4K at 120 hertz, which was interesting because there were some benchmarks that I was testing. Like I test 3D Mark a lot because there's a lot of benchmarks you can customize if you have the advanced edition. And I was testing Ice Storm, which is like one of the unsupported tests, but you can customize the resolution all the way up to 8K. And I was getting 30 frames per second on the integrated video. So if you're only running a monitor at 30 hertz, and that's fine for me because I've been spending almost a month just trying to get 30 hertz on my Samsung monitor. But the other computer wasn't able to get that out on DisplayPort. So I bought a DisplayPort adapter that can go from 1.4 DisplayPort to HDMI 2.1. At least that's what it's advertised for. And I also paid, I don't know, $15 or $10 for these. I mean, these cables can add up, but I mean, this one at least can be useful if I only have DisplayPort and I have a card that later supports it. But as you can see here, this is, oh, that's just the plastic bag. So this is a full DisplayPort here, and the other end is connected to my my Samsung QN700B 8K monitor, which is a 55-inch. Now that is pretty big for a computer monitor, but it is just something I'm testing more right now rather than than using it for work. So that is a DisplayPort 1.4 cable, and I did try to get that to output at 60 hertz at 8K, but it did not actually output at 8K at 60 hertz or any 8K. So the support for these some of these cables is not quite there, at least with some of the more basic cards. So you may have to get like a more higher end to get the higher support, but it's also possible that I just didn't have it plugged in long enough, because I installed Windows 10 sometime this morning, and I was using it for like 5 or 6 hours, and I restarted it early, but I had gone through a couple driver updates, and only after like 6 or 7 hours did Windows actually find or recommend and automatically updating my screen during one of those resolution switches. So it finally got to 8K at 30 hertz, and if I plug in the other cable and I leave it in all day, it might decide that I can support it. But with these cables, they have to kind of communicate all this verification and HDCP and all that. So that sometimes is software based and sometimes it's hardware based. Obviously, having a monitor that is the same generation as the card is sometimes going to have a lot of that hard coded in, so it doesn't have to do any of that verification or whatever. But like in the past, you could just plug in a cable and it would just it would just work. And now it's like you have to, you know, Windows and the monitor have to come to an agreement. So that sounds like overhead or something where it has all this extra bandwidth, and some of that bandwidth has to be like super, what's the word? Super in agreement. If that's, what's the word? Oxymoronic. Like, how can something be in agreement if it's, you know, designated for its own specification? Anyways, this is the Wi-Fi 6 that was included with the motherboard, which is a very nicely designed Wi-Fi antenna. The reason is it's the first antenna that I've ever used that has a magnet. So it's got a magnet on it, which is a brilliant design because it keeps the antenna, you know, secure. I can put it on top of the thing, which is a steel. It probably won't work as well on aluminum, so, well, actually, oh yeah, this one is aluminum. I'm sorry, this one is steel, so that's why it connects to it. But I did install the driver through a USB this morning, but somehow or some reason it didn't detect any Wi-Fi networks, and I read somewhere that maybe Windows 10 doesn't support it or something doesn't support it. I don't know what. I might have to just reinstall it or something. I didn't spend too much time on it. I ended up just using another USB Wi-Fi adapter because the LAN cable was being used by my Ryzen 5 1600. So, especially if you have it in another room, you don't always want to use a second LAN cable running through your hallway. Other than that, nothing really else on this board, other than, in this case, other than the new cases don't have these bays over here for 5.5-inch CD drives or hard drives if you go that far back enough, and then the 3.5-inch. But they are very useful cases if you happen to need a storage server, because they can store a lot of hard drives. Not that you would really want to use even half of them, because that can get pretty hot in there, and plus you have to use a lot of well, you're only going to have like 6 SATA ports without having to get an extra adapter or using another header, but I don't even know if there is another header. But anyways, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 8 hard drives. I think I've only tried to connect like 3 at once. And sometimes it's just for like storage, like just so you don't have to leave it in a closet or somewhere else. Other than that, this, yeah, this 2.5 gigabit adapter looks really cool, and I wish I could use it, but I don't have a router that supports 2.5 gigabits. If I use a direct Cat 6 cable, or even a Cat 5e cable, I wonder if I could use it directly from one computer to another, because I think most most Cat5 cables today have some sort of like built-in crossover function. I could be wrong, but there may need to be a setting in Windows that you have to enable, most likely, to get that function. But I don't know how common it is. I do know that like Steam and other utilities nowadays use a lot more local area sharing built into it. Like the Windows updates can save a lot of bandwidth by just downloading the 22H2 updates from another computer that you have on. So that can save quite a bit of bandwidth. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't implement it earlier, but better late than never, because I'm still under a data cap here. And other than that, Steam did just introduce a beta like a few months ago that has a very similar feature, which I also did to install 3D Mark. So on my DirectX 12 test that I ran on my Ryzen, there were some tests that I wasn't able to run on my Ryzen 5 1600 because the Vega 56 doesn't support DirectX 12 Ultimate, and there were some other feature tests like the VSR test and the shader test that I couldn't run on it. And so yeah, it's really cool to run AK on the 3D Mark, because they have really advanced graphics. Like you kind of get like a preview of some of the features you'll see on a lot of the new games. Like I don't even have a new video card, but if I had ray tracing, I'd be able to run some of those other benches. It looks cooler on 3D Mark than playing some games, just because the frame rates are slow, but that's kind of the point, because you can kind of get to see this like slideshow of all these like really well textured graphics. Yeah, if I'm transferring 3D Mark, it only took I can transfer 300 to 400 megabytes per second on this one, from what I've read or heard. With 1 gigabit, you can only transfer 100 megabytes, and this, 7 gigabyte per second drive is like way faster than that, which isn't going to be the bottleneck necessarily, but if you have like a small ATX case, like a micro ATX case or a mini ITX, you can sort of build a server and just get like build a small computer that runs at like maybe 65 watt or 35 watt and install one of these on it, and you could potentially even get a cheaper router. I mean, you could use it like a router that they sell for like $300 or $400. I think I saw one for like 150 or so. I mean, you can buy a router with like 4 or even 6 2.5 gigabit Ethernet switches. And then another option is you can just use like USB 3, which has some pretty fast transfer rates too, like 10 gigabit or 20 gigabit, but that's I don't know, I guess everything's going to USB-C now, so if everything's just going to use it, it just makes a lot of things redundant. But but maybe I'm just in the habit of using the Ethernet because it just makes so much sense. It's lightweight and you can run it as long as you need. With USB, you only have like 6 feet or so. I mean, you don't really want to get a really long cable. And then you might have to pay extra for that. So some of these things are just based on cost, but just the way things are going with Ethernet, it has been lagging behind some of the other advances in chipset speeds. Like with NVMe drives catching up, there's a lot of applications that hadn't really been used before, I think, that can be more interesting to test now. One thing I wanted to test was offline maps, like satellite view, and OpenStreetMaps is one. So yeah, thanks for watching this video. I will post some videos of the Ryzen in action. The battery is running out, but I was going to end it anyway. Wink wink. No, it really is going out of battery, and I probably don't have an excuse for talking later. Thanks again for watching.